You broke my heart a million times. Can't count the times I made you cry. Oh, we're such a mess now, and we're burning out. I get so sad at the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. I can't bear the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. You're still perfect as the day goes by. Even the worst ones hate, they make me smile. I stop the world if it would give us time, yeah, to work things out, to work things out, to work things out, to work things out, yeah, yeah, to work things out, to work things out. Can we be honest? You're my comfort zone. Whatever I say, don't let me go. I know you're angry, babe, and I am cold. I get so sad at the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. I can't bear the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. You're still perfect as the day goes by. Even the worst ones hate, they make me smile. I stop the world if it would give us time, yeah, to work things out, to work things out. To work things out, to work things out, yeah, yeah, to work things out, to work things out. Oh, yeah, to work things out, 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 to work things out.
East Coast always in me, Commonwealth, Lil Joe, getting love from my city. Yeah. I roll call for the DMV. In my own lane, you could still ride with me. Yeah.
Lord knows I made mistakes.
You won't end, but it's too late.
I don't need your support just to know I'm important.
I will never sell myself short, cause I know you see me on the come up. Big girl with big dreams and big drip. Talk is cheap, but please dare me to run up. I'ma put my money where my mouth is. Talk a good game, I'm my alphabet. Even on my worst days, still an alphabet. Standing next to me, you gotta be an alphabet. 8 ball in your pocket, I'm your alphabet. Alphabet, baby.
Never really fit in, always felt like an alien.
I be in my own space of mind, making boss moves in my own time, and I
Ride my own ride.
find me all alone. I'm on the road. I had to take a couple hits, a couple stones, but targets I don't ever miss. They wanna know.
It's not to be me.
Let me give you this game for free. Know you see me on the come up. Big girl with big dreams and big drip. Talk is cheap, but please dare me to run up. I'ma put my money where my mouth is. Talk a good game, I'm my alphabet. Even on my worst days, still
Whether
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, feels so nice. With time, you I know how to make me feel right. I can't help how. Got this sweet talk, I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk, you need to say let's convey. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. Why you blushing? Yeah, sweet concussion. Oh, you miss my touching. Good do. Show me something. Give me more than one thing. I need more than less than I do. Say you're a good guy. Make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, it feels so nice. I can't help how. Got this sweet talk, I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk, you need to say let's convey. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. We've been dancing all night long, right here with you way too long. Don't want nothing here or now, but I'm done waiting, done wasting my time. Got this sweet talk, I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk, you need to say let's convey. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way.
Baby, I ain't buying no more dreams. So, what you selling? My pockets got dry from the bullshit. But if you so for real, you could get it wet, but not too much. Don't wanna drown a flame, keep that fire lit. Breathe life into it. Now we own my place, always stays true. I won't give my body to nobody new. Can you believe that we could be forever in heat? If you get me till we 6 feet under stress, or if it's all sweet, just hold me down deep. We won't burn out here with me. We could be always in heat. Yeah. show me devotion I could trust in it. Just don't rush, baby. Ignite my desire for your loving. Slow burn till time for combustion. Baby, I'ma need an R&B love from the 90s. Tell me how you would die without me. Spin, move in the rain, drop to your knees. Passion on Venus. Never kill the flame.
Okay. Hey everybody, happy Monday the what? The 29th of August, the last week. Well, not full week though. Let me see. Last few days of August left. And Thursday will be the first. But yeah, I hope everyone Monday is good and weekend was good too. Oh, I got distracted on the side looking at this. But yeah, my weekend was good. I'm doing a lot this weekend. Saturday, I was busy. What I was doing? Oh yeah, making sure the VODs that are no longer on Twitch anymore got uploaded, because those usually take a while to upload since they're all like hours long. So I was making sure they were finished, and they were finished. And then I worked on the thumbnails for the next ones that are gonna be going up Friday. And then I had to make clips that I post around my socials, all my socials, which took me a long time to do. I didn't even have time to do Genshin Saturday because I was so busy making clips. Usually me gets distracted and play listen to the music that was in the stream, listen to the beginning of my streams. I'm like, I can do this on, I don't have to do this here, I gotta make clip. And mostly the clips are always posted up on Twitch, so if you want to check those out, they're there. But I was getting them ready for when I post them on the socials, which took me all the way until like 10 on Saturday. It took me like 11. I was like, oh. And then also after making the clips, I needed to download the VODs. They're gonna be going up Friday. Being uploaded Friday. I was like, oh, I should have did that while I was making the clips. I usually do that, but I was like, no, I didn't do that. Because they take time to download too, a little bit. Especially the 7-hour one when I was playing Sims 3. That one took so, I was like, why does it take? I know they take some time, but that one took its sweet time to download. I was like, oh my goodness. But it got downloaded, and eventually it was like 12:01. I was like, I don't feel like playing Genshin. So I pushed the Sunday. And Sunday, what did I do Sunday? Oh, Sunday I was looking into what's that program called? I gotta see what the program's called. It's where you can like play app games on the PC. I forgot what it's called. Let me see. I was busy making trying to mess around with that stuff to see if I want to stream any app games. And that took me all the way to like 9-10 p.m. I think I found it. Oh, the program is called BlueStacks. Hope I'm saying that right. BlueStacks. So you can like play app games on your computer. I was busy trying to making sure that worked, and see if I like want to like if I want to stream an app game. And I was playing one game called, I forgot what it's called, for like hours up until 10:09. Around the time I started getting into Genshin. I was like, let me hurry up. I was getting into a game with that program. I was like, let me not. I got stuff to do. And then eventually I got to Genshin, and I finally, as you can see, got all the waypoints. It took time. It took some time. I tried not to explore. Even I did explore. No, I did explore. I'm talking about. I did. But I tried not to do some puzzles because I wanted to save if I like be running around these areas. Obviously, live I can like do them live, but I did some of them off. And there's a lot, so I'm like, I haven't scratched the surface yet. Even though right here is almost 50% done. I'm like, what? And 45. But yeah, so all the waypoints are caught except this one, because this one's tied to something. I probably like world quest, so I can't get that one yet. And these two domains probably tied to a world quest too. I can't get to. And well, these three. And then of course the domains I got because I needed to get stuff. Oh yeah. And also to Sunday, I got I got something to show y'all. So I was pulling for I was pulling on the banner, and I got a certain somebody. I got him. I got him off stream. I wanted to get him on stream, but I was like, I wanted him so bad. I wanted him to come home. And it was taking me to, I don't know how many, I'm gonna check to see what it took me to. It took me like 70 something, 74, 75. All the way to Soft Pity, I'm like, good, at least it wasn't 80. But yeah, I got him yesterday at 3 something, 3 or 4. I think it was 3 in the morning or 3 or 4. Yeah, he came home, I got him all the way to 70. And I got him on these artifacts, which is really good for him. Good thing I had these already. I was like, because I think I was getting these for Kokomi, even though I might switch her to another set, the Pearl set. But for the time being, she's sticking with this set for her. So yeah, I had tons of these these specific artifacts for him. But I need a Dendro damage one, but he's just running an attack one right now. And I want to get the weapon that came with Sumeru, the craftable one, but I gotta do a world quest to get that. So he's gonna be using Kujasawa's bow for now. But yeah, he came home happy. At the same time, I'm broke, so I won't be touching his banner no more. All the primos will be saved up for 3.1. Come on, see if I can try to get Candace, because she's coming at 3.1. See if I can try to get her. And if a 5-star want to come home early during that time, let them come.
Con 6 Whale is now following. What? Really?
Oh, well, thank you. I'll put a follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, he came. I got his talents up to 5, 5, 6. luckily I don't have to do my dailies because I did my dailies around like 5 since they reset around 5. So we can just hop into the Archon quest. So we can resume where we left off last week. So I don't have to do anything extra. I don't know how long the Archon quest is gonna be. So I don't know, it's gonna take up 4 hours. But I'll see. Because if we can finish with the Archon quest early, we can start the event. And I can get my Calais C3 since I already got our C2. Yeah, let's get into this. Enough of me rambling. Oh, almost forgot. Also, too, I made a new Twitter. I made sure I changed all my alerts and everything, so I put the new Twitter down. My old one is still suspended. I appealed it 2 weeks ago. About to be 3 weeks. But I was like, let me make this just in case it don't this week. Let me just make this new one. So in the panels, I changed it, everything, and my LinkedIn is changed. But just in case they do look over and finally email me back, I can easily just change it back to the old account. But I made the new account because I'm just like, it's taking their sweet time. But yay, I'm back on Twitter. Yeah. But I made that today. That's mainly why it took me long, because I usually not started around like 6:50 something stream. I started around 6. Yeah, I was busy setting up that Twitter around like 3 or 4. 3? No, around like 2 or 3. Then I was doing my other stuff I had to do, and then come up on here. Yeah.
Don't you remember your adventure plans, my lady?
Let's go gather some samples.
But it was so fun playing around with him last night when I was building him. I was like, ooh. Yes. Okay, where's the Archon quest? Oh, poor prom. But yeah, just so much I had to update y'all on because it was a lot. I had like so much to do. And today, too, getting the Twitter set up, new Twitter. And obviously, since my old Twitter is suspended, I couldn't see who I was following to follow them again. Cause I'm like, dang. Since they set it to like 0 followers and people who followed you. Oh, Dory, gonna come to you again, ma'am.
Here, over here! Oh, welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time? You name it. Canned knowledge, supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there's a way.
Oh, speaking of Mora, Dory, can you spare me some Mora, please? After getting Tanar, he's almost sucked me dry. Which, worth it. It was worth it, but I need more Mora, Dory. I know you got a lot.
Can you really get us anything we want? Anything at all? Aha! So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind. Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as yours would undoubtedly crave something more profound than ordinary canned knowledge.
This Marcus ain't that
But
deep.
you know, that kind of information isn't going to be cheap. After all, I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. Not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big, big trouble.
But how can we be sure your information is accurate? Paimon's curious how you just happen to have this kind of info the moment we need it.
Because to me, anything of value is what I consider to be my supply. Therefore, I must always be aware of what's hot on the market in order to secure more sales. As for the information's authenticity, well, you've no need to worry about that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it.
Name your price.
It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full, here's the scoop. The Divine Knowledge Capsule was purchased yesterday by a certain Misery, the leader of Ain El Ahmar.
Ain El Ahmar? You mean the Eremites who worship the Scarlet King?
I know that name sounds familiar.
You're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. After all, they believe it contains the power of the Scarlet King. That Divine Knowledge Capsule is unlike any other canned knowledge I've seen before. It was glowing bright red. The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can look for yourself.
Thanks for the info, Dory.
Thank you.
Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as yourselves that my efforts yesterday were not in vain. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you ever need anything else in the future. More effort, Dory, opens doors.
Well, we figured out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is. It turns out it ended up in the hands of Ain El Ahmar. Let's head back and talk to Al-Haytham.
I'm going down.
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the intel. Have a look.
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremites transaction. But then to get close enough to take a picture like this. Bold move, Dory. Very bold move. All right. The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ain El Ahmar. And the glowing red capsule he's holding appears to be the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we should be able to force them to show their hand.
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ain El Ahmar guys. But now, it sort of makes sense. Everything's playing right into your hands. After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts. Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up again on the afternoon of the arranged date, 3 o'clock sharp. See you then.
Bye, I'll hit some.
Al-Haytham sure is taking his time. Where could he be? Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Pharos Lighthouse.
Yep, let's go.
I'm going for a swim. Oh, hey, Chris. Look how his tail switches back and forth. Oh.
Oh, hey, Thumb. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise. But to your credit, it appears that you're sticking to your word.
I'm doing good today. How's your day, Chris? I was busy today making a new Twitter account, since my other one, as you know, probably heard me say a million times, got hacked, and I appealed it, and Twitter's taking their sweet time hearing me getting back to me, so I made a new one today. Oh, speaking of that, oh yeah, I did. Oh, thank you, Chris. I've been trying to, yeah. They got hacked into Twitter, permanently suspended the account. They still looking it over after 2 weeks, about to be 3 weeks. I decided to just make a new one. If they do unsuspended, then I'll just put the my old one back up. But for now, the new one.
This is turning into quite an occasion. I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
I'm gonna follow you back too.
Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because he helped you out? Fine, your funeral. I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Uh-oh, here they come. Good luck, you two.
You're not gonna help Paimon?
That's close enough.
I get to use Sonari live. Yes, let's go.
Can't see.
Oh, they still hit me though.
I'll uproot you. Keep up. Enshroud. Ah.
Rusty, Reven.
One with the forest. Ha! 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 I hear everything.
I'll be back.
Can't see. Ha!
Don't blink. Huh?
Following orders.
Allow me.
Today.
Enshroud.
Incoming.
Let's nip that in the bud.
I'll take my leave.
Incinerate. Speed of light.
One with the forest. Ha! Can't see. Ha!
Oh, cutscene.
Academia scum! Boss! Finally! Did you use it? Great! Now we can...
Ooh.
Boss?
Why would you touch him?
What's wrong?
What happened to him?
His thing is red.
We have to cut his Akasha connection, now.
That was amazing.
Target acquired. Arrest him. Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away.
Oh good, he snagged it in time.
World, forget me.
Oh, we heard that from the tree.
What in Tibet just happened? It's like that big guy suddenly lost his mind.
Mm-hmm. But that was one heck of a cutscene, though. I was like, oh, we got to see Al-Haytham in action a little bit.
It looks like he used the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
You mean the Divine Knowledge Capsule did that to him? Oh, yeah. You mean how some researchers go insane after getting knowledge from Irminsul?
I wonder why.
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. The state that man is now in suggests that this is a similar situation. This Divine Knowledge Capsule does appear to be linked to the gods, but beyond that, it doesn't seem anything like the rumors suggest. Possessing it doesn't grant you divine wisdom or power.
Yeah, it seemed like it did the complete opposite.
Did you hear what he said? World, forget me. What could that possibly mean?
We still don't know.
If the mantra took him away, then that means the Academia got the Divine Knowledge Capsule back too. What a shame. We were so close.
No, Al-Haytham got it. Real sneaky with it.
Still, Paimon didn't expect the Divine Knowledge Capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we tried to open it. Oh, who knows what would have happened to us?
That wouldn't happen. Again, protagonists, main character things. Wouldn't go that way. Or who knows, I might be wrong.
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our collaboration has also reached its end.
Oh, we were so busy trying to find the Divine Knowledge Capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something. Since you're a member of the Academia, do you have any idea how we could go about meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's entire administration. Most of the time, you wouldn't know she exists at all. Moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha, a symbol of our deity's wisdom, scholars have no reason to desire to make contact with the deity herself anyway.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery.
I'm heading back to the Academia. How about you two?
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good. Then we'll part ways here, Al-Haytham, until we meet again.
Now, do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
Were you working with the higher-ups and... Act 2. Oh wait. Yeah, I wonder what he got cooking with the higher ups.
The value of knowledge.
We didn't miss the Sub-Zero's festival, right? Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time.
Ad Astra Abyssa.
Hey, Catherine. Oh, got some new places. I need more Mora. You two go. You go back there. Bennett. Okay.
There she is! Dunyarzad, we're back!
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Why would we miss it?
Indeed. The festival's tomorrow. We've been preparing for so long that I can't help but feel a little nervous.
There's no need to be nervous. Paimon's sure that Lesser Lord Kusanali will feel everyone's gratitude.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the festival will also have a good time. Speaking of which, did you manage to make your way to Port Ormos? Discover anything over there?
Of course we went. A lot of things happened there.
Literally.
I see. Sounds like you two had another exciting adventure. If there is another chance, I would love to join.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Oh, hey, Dia. Dia.
You're eavesdropping!
Dia, I mean, Dia. When her banner drops, people's clothes gonna drop.
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going on around my employer is part of the job.
It's all right, Dia. I merely said I would like to go. I know better than to think my body could handle it. The festival's tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but causing trouble for you. So Dia, please take some time to relax. I'll be fine.
Even when you put it that way, it still doesn't feel right.
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take advantage of that.
You tired, Paimon?
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. My apologies for not realizing this sooner. I've already prepared a room for you to rest. Please follow me.
Whoa, you're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
Act 3, not Act 3, Act 2 begins. Where we're going.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
It looks really nice.
Pretty gorgeous, amazing. All the adjectives.
Not at all. Just tell me more about your adventures when you next get the chance.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell you stories next time.
Yeah.
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all walk around together tomorrow? All of my friends will be working the festival, and Dia's still insisting on her covert protection.
Yeah, it'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if Dia's constantly hovering over you, right?
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, DunyarzAd.
Good night,
I'm
Dunya.
too excited to fall asleep tonight. See you tomorrow.
Dunya.
Paimon started to really look forward to the Sub-Zero festival too. Will there be lots of yummy food?
Hopefully.
Oh no. Thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night. The earlier we sleep, the better. Let's go inside, traveler. Did we oversleep?
Had to add to it with the yarn.
We should go meet DunyarzAd right away.
Yeah, that's. Oh! This is nice. That bed look flat. But nice. My back hurting looking at this. Little bit more cushion, little more oomph. What? So pretty, so pretty. Lower, we're about to go up.
Keep up.
Traveler, Paimon, I've been waiting for you two.
Good morning, DunyarzAd. We must have overslept a little bit.
Not at all. I arrived early. Today is finally here. I must cherish every moment as if it were gold.
You've worked so hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the fullest.
You know it. It's just that, as expected, I had some trouble falling asleep last night. I'm hoping my body won't be too much of an issue today. Well, shall we? Let's start with the stalls over there. Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves. Let's go give them some business.
They paid for everything out of pocket? Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
They all said that contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way!
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Look how juicy those pomegranates look. Plumped.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit? It's all vegetarian stuff. Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed.
Paimon wants that meat.
So, what's the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's another Sub-Zero's festival tradition. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods. Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukushifa mushrooms, lunar lotuses, Sumeru roses, sunsetias, kapulatas, hara fruits, and zaytun peaches.
So, the Sub-Zero festival is a vegetarian holiday?
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread. We just use the 7 foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumeru uses vegetarian food to represent the Dendro Archon, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted fowl, juicy meatballs, grilled steak?
As I said, she wants a meat. But who knows, when we get to there to see the Dendro Archon, not Dendro, Pyro Archon, probably.
Oh, Traveler, we have to go to Natlan as soon as possible.
Yeah. Probably in 2020... 2024. I forgot what's after, Sumeru. Fontaine or... Nylon? I forgot how she already pronounced it. I forgot which one is Fontaine or this one after we and Sumeru.
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
Thanks. All right, how about we also check out some of these other stalls?
Dear customers, would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
What's alchemical divination? Those two things sound like they'd be fun to try together.
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft invented by none other than Lesser Lord Kusanali herself.
She did?
So, how does it work?
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a random transmutation.
Sure sounds random. So random that it will probably fail.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will interpret the remnants.
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected, and all that occurs can be traced back to fate. You could say this is a pearl of old wisdom.
Why does everything sound so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it? Are you guys working together?
So that's the true wisdom behind it. This young lady sure knows her stuff. So, how about it? Want to give it a try?
Yes. Okay, I'm not use materials that I need. Oh yeah, I got plenty of these.
Okay, one moment. It's the moon.
Paimon wants to take a look too. Is it? It looks more like a pie that Paimon bit into.
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, I remember now. It means illusions and lies.
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
Naturally, fate will only ever show you the beginning of a journey. It is up to you to forge your own ending. Oh, thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
They say the Sub-Zerus festival was very lively a long, long time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Dunyarzad's eyes are sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle.
Oh, this way.
But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zerus would be just as impressive.
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
Loving his mustache.
It's a weird guy with a weird hat.
Hey, it's Dunyarzad!
Wow!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda candies. In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zerus festival, the children have all grown very fond of you.
The Hallowed Knight of Flowers. It's an honor that you know my name.
Attention! In the name of Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, I commend you on your contributions to the glorious Sub-Zerus festival. All right, little soldiers, take your Yalda candies and don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed!
Yes, Knight Ferris!
Just what is going on here?
It was cute.
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zerus festival icon, and one immensely popular with children. In the past, the actor portraying Ferris would also sit on a flower carriage.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make such wonderful memories today.
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival staple, and I happen to have some boxes readied here. Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
Can I check the box?
Whichever one. Don't these boxes all look the same?
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon, hara fruit, sunsetia.
Ooh, those all sound pretty good.
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Oni kabuto.
Huh? What's up with those two flavors?
Oni kabuto is a little spicier than lizard tail.
Dunyarzad, you tried them before? Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon wants the Sunsetia flavor. It's alright. Paimon believes in you.
Oh.
I also believe in your intuition.
Okay. I got a good intuition,
Great.
so.
These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Two. I'm getting 2. Yeah.
Attention! That's unfortunately hara fruit.
Oh, Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible luck. But looks like Paimon was wrong.
I tried.
The Sunsetia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a good time at the festival. So please, take both boxes.
Really? Thanks a lot, Knight of Candies.
It's Knight of Flowers, not Knight of Candies.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Knight of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Since you're here, can you come with me to get it?
Sure thing.
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because you're so excited about the Sub-Zero's festival.
How embarrassing.
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an early riser?
I know, right? Hey, wait a minute. Boss, isn't that her?
Oh, no.
Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
Because they're not.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much the Homayanis would shell out to get you back.
They're a gang of kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect Dunyarzad!
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
Look how close she is to the camera. There was no worries. We already know Dia was already here somewhere in the background. I was like, there's no worries, no problem. Look at her eyes.
You're Dia. Dia the Flame Main. No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything about you for so long. You sold your unruly mane to the highest bidder.
Don't speak so disrespectfully. My family started working with her as gratitude for her past kindness to us.
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't your claws all dull by now? Don't get too cocky!
Oh, they brought back oh, yeah.
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to a safe location.
No, we're gonna stay and help. There's too many of them. You're right. All right, fine.
Please be careful, Dia.
Should be good.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. This is my job. Look out for yourself. After I've wiped the floor with them, I'll go find you all.
Oh, we're legit running.
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you in shock?
I'm fine. My body always reacts like this whenever I exert myself too much.
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this would have happened if I hadn't insisted on coming out today.
He's tough.
Yeah, don't worry.
Well, then lovely to see her in action.
My lady, Traveler, found ya.
Dia! You took care of them so fast!
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
I checked.
Dia, your arm.
Oh, this? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Please, let me take a closer look.
What new great sword? I want to see.
Come on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you think.
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
About that. Well, I sold it, because I was low on Mora. Stuff like this happens every now and then.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was used for the venue's final round of preparations?
That was her?
Hey, Miss JSKILL, I wasn't trying to make you cry, and I'm not gonna lose my commission because I made my employer cry, am I?
Girl, no.
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling your weapon without permission and getting hurt? I'll have to reevaluate your performance.
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
Thank you very much, Dia.
Don't be like that. I get embarrassed really easily.
Need some water?
Are you feeling unwell again, JSKILL?
My lady, your condition. Traveler, can you take her somewhere to rest? I'll look around the area to make sure we're safe from an ambush.
No problem.
Truly. I'm sorry for the trouble, everyone.
Are you feeling better, JSKILL?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go. I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret.
Yes, we're concerned about it.
I was actually born with Elazar. It's terminal now.
Oh, the scales. Tanari mentioned that. She got it too? You and Color. Oh, goodness.
Can't believe it's Elazar.
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its severity.
Yes.
Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease's progression can only be delayed through environmental therapy.
JSKILL.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar and I came to terms with it a long time ago. Compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my life have been much more painful. I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all they can to provide the best environment for me so that I can live for that much longer. However, I know I will one day succumb to this. Did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world outside of my home didn't even know that I existed. Since I was a child, all I could do was sit on my bed and stare at everything outside of my window. I'm sure my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets. I wanted to meet other people. To me, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to meet and speak with others. Not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival. The joy on everyone's faces here, and all the support I've received from friends like Dia. This way, when my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful. At the very least, many people will remember that I once existed in this world, right?
Don't say that.
As long as you don't forget Paimon. Paimon also won't forget about you. No. Even if you forget Paimon, Paimon will still remember you.
Thank you two so much. I apologize for the depressing conversation. This is out of character for me.
My tissues weren't ready for this moment.
Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step. Thanks. There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
No regrets. Look at that sun.
Oh, right. Isn't it almost time?
Huh? Almost time for what?
Isn't the Dance of Sub-Zeros about to begin? It's the part of the festival that I've been looking forward to the most.
I wanted to see it too.
Nilou will recreate that legendary scene with her most splendid dancing. And the Sub-Zeros festival will conclude amid everyone's applause and blessings. And with that, my wish will also...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the stage!
What was your wish?
Yeah, we should still make it in time.
We can't miss her dance. Can't miss Nilou's dance. Hope I'm saying her name right. Gotta learn how to pronounce her name. Already up on the stage.
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without prior permission?
What law?
Over there! Someone's yelling at Nilou!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why is he here in person?
Literally.
But the Dance of Sub-Zeros is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zeros festival. If we can't perform it...
The Sub-Zeros festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale religious festivals. Only the Academia can host such an event.
Why?
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
The Academia was originally responsible for the Sub-Zeros festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them.
These are our only two options? Really? Let's see this one, because no, we're not giving them the satisfaction. This one.
This is a hard pill to swallow, but you're right. Things would only get worse.
Art, dance. Aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless activities in this land of knowledge and reason?
No. Because art and dance is also a form of knowledge. It's too. But we're not. I'm about to say we're not going to get into it, but we're probably going to have to get into it. Continue.
Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you wish to defile it.
Okay.
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts.
Literally.
Even the goddess of flowers dedicated a dance to her.
Literally. I'm like, where did you get this information from? Do y'all even know your own Archon? You talking about she... no, she wouldn't.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore.
Or you can just leave.
When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbha day that prohibits public art performances. We will announce it to the public later via the Akasha.
Y'all got too much time on your hands. Y'all can be busy doing something else. Why you come down here for the festival? You're trying to ruin it.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zeros Festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Okay, another person to add to our hit list. Let me just write that down, okay. AZARK. Yes. Okay. Okay. I had read the name down. Okay.
Nilu, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad. You all saw that just now? The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the academia can't find us and perform there. But how do we let everyone know? And what about the atmosphere on the stage? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance. No. They just threatened to investigate the organizers. If we were caught...
Nilu, it's alright. Don't worry about it.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zero so much. And I know how important this festival is to you. I don't want you to have any regrets.
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings is more than enough. It would be too risky to continue the Sub-Zero's festival at this point. I don't want to get everyone in trouble.
If you say so. But you can sneak out for the next Sub-Zero's festival, right? We'll make sure the next one is a smashing success.
The next one. Yes. Okay. It's a promise. It will be a smashing success.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
Literally. When they're gonna drop dead soon.
It really is okay. There's nothing we can do about it. Still, I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilu's dance.
Yes, I want to see it too.
A lot happened today. It's a shame the festival ended the way it did. Nilu and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zero's festival a success, but Dunyarzad is running out of time. Yeah.
What was that?
All connections have been secured to construct the most stable framework possible. The project is entered its most critical phase. Power has begun to flow from...
We're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dunyarzad right away!
We had an intense dream.
Sorry we're late.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Sure! Traveler? Why are you just standing there? Let's get going!
Yeah, why we were looking like that? Wait, something going on? Is something going on with Daya? Dinya?
Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go take a look!
Wait, haven't we done this before? Wait a minute.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haft-Mewa feast.
You are quite well informed, miss. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Deja vu? Didn't we? Wait, what? Did we go back in time? Confused. Huh?
They're all plants! Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed.
Did we just get hit with a time? Is Max here from Life is Strange? Wait, what just happened? Did we already do this one?
Actually, what is the Haft-Mewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's one of the Sabzeruz festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendroarchon.
Yeah, it sounds very familiar. What's that?
Appear to be in the form of the moon.
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some kind of food.
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now. Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, right. It means illusions and lies.
It's playing into what we're going through. Right now, probably illusion and lies. Are we in an illusion? What is it?
But if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Deja vu? Is this? A little bit of deja vu in the air, yeah. Well, I wonder, is that a perfume name? That would be a good name for a perfume. Deja vu. Or deja or vu.
Understood. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
And she sounds off, because she was... her tone of her voice sounds off, too, in this...
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall. So, where to next?
Why is she not answering Paimon?
All right, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalta candies, don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed.
Yes, Knight Varus!
What's going on? Is this a play?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sabzeruz festival icon and one immensely popular with children.
Hey, why is she sounding like that? Her tone of her voice, too, also changed. If I'm picking up on it right.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can meet the Knight of Flowers. Oh, do you want some Yalta candies? I happen to have some boxes readied here. Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
What's to pick? Don't these boxes all look the same?
It's not that simple. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon, hara fruit, sunsetia.
Ooh, how interesting.
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Ugh, why do those flavors even exist?
Why I keep looking at the word Oni Kabuto as oxtails? I don't know. Every time I see that word, I'm like, why am I thinking about oxtails? Hungry, probably. I'm like, oxtails. But that's Oni Kabuto.
Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon wants to eat the Sunsetia flavor.
Great! These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
4. That one.
Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Ha! Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon was right!
Oh, it wasn't luck because we're in a loop somehow. I don't know.
Huh? How's that possible? It's obviously random.
Deja vu.
Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night. Or maybe we slept too much.
Oh, sure.
Huh? Where are you going? You're just gonna walk off like that?
Come on, we need to figure this out. Of deja vu. Y'all, where we going? Hey, Glitch. We gotta come to the tavern. Something's up. What in the Life is Strange is going on?
A feeling of deja vu?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already experienced whatever is going on.
I always get those feelings of deja vu. It's like, I feel like I did this already. Some strange moments. I be doing something. I'm like, why I feel like I've done this before? It happens at a strange time. I was like, if I'm like just doing like brushing my teeth or anything, I'm just like get hit with a wave of just deja vu. I'm like, I did this already. Something like this. I'm like, Oh, it didn't glitch? Wow. See, and that's why I post on Twitter and Instagram that I'm live, because I'm shocked. It's because sometimes Twitch don't notify you. Yeah, you just get hit with like a random wave of deja vu. Yeah.
In that case, Paimon also felt something like that today. But that's just our brains playing tricks on us, isn't it?
No, trying to tell us something. Well, in this case.
So, why'd you run here in such a hurry? So that's it! You're intentionally doing things you usually wouldn't and seeing if you still get that same feeling of deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat? Got it. You don't look like you're from these parts, but I gotta say, you've got good taste. I'll give this order to the kitchen.
Coconut charcoal cake? Isn't it that burned thing that didn't look tasty at all?
Yeah.
Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now. You'd never normally order something like this.
Mm-mm.
That thing? Are you really gonna eat it? Isn't this going a bit too far?
But we gotta see, Paimon. Mouth wide open.
How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful.
It actually tasted good.
Then, you mean... That's impossible! We were just talking about how gross it looked! So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu?
Not taste, but deja vu. I didn't get it.
Paimon also gets the impression that we've been here many times, even though we are regulars.
Okay, glitch.
How about we go out again and try something else?
Just can't beat the atmosphere here.
I thought that was the door. Wait, where am I?
Keep up.
Hey, TridentZ is sitting by yourself on that bench over there. What a coincidence, TridentZ. We meet again. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now, but thankfully Dia came to my rescue. I started to feel unwell after that, so I sat down here.
Kidnappers? Oh my goodness, are you hurt?
I'm okay. Dia's arm got scratched, but it isn't serious.
Whew, that's a big relief. But, TridentZ, you seem a little down today. It's the Sub-Zero's festival, and you've been looking forward to it so much.
Not at all. I've always been like this. Excessive physical exertion or strong emotions tend to aggravate my illness. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days, my time will come to an end.
Paimon doesn't quite follow you, and Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
It really is fine. I don't mind. Huh? Did something happen?
TridentZ, have you ever felt deja vu? You know, like when you've already experienced something that's happening right now?
Deja vu? No. But my days have been the same for years now. Even if I were feeling deja vu, I suppose I would already be used to it.
Oh, Paimon sees. Then, is it only the two of us?
It's almost time.
Huh? Time for what?
Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. Let's go.
Ew.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbaha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will publicly announce it later through the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zero's festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Ugh.
Nilou, are you okay?
Oh, TridentZ. The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
It's okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
But you've been really looking forward to this. I don't want you to have any regrets.
It truly is unfortunate, but I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. Didn't the Grand Sage say that he might investigate the organizers?
True, but... well, okay. I'll just have to try again next year.
The next festival. I probably won't be around by then.
Wait, What did you just say?
No, nothing. I'll be heading back to rest. Thank you for your help, everyone.
Did she say that before?
I can't believe what those heartless geezers did!
Literally, as I said. They can drop dead soon, please.
Did Dunyarzad already go back? We should also return and get some sleep. So, in the end, you still couldn't figure out what that deja vu feeling was all about? Maybe it really was because of exhaustion.
Okay.
Same here. That's why Paimon stopped thinking about it halfway through the day. Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep?
Oh?
For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
What was that? Oh, Hey, squirrel. What was that?
Observing a modest drop in the output of Jnana energy, but values still remain within normal parameters.
Continue to monitor for variances in the data and find the cause as soon as possible.
Why does Paimon feel so tired after so much sleep? Anyway, we should go meet Dunyarzad right away.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Why she sound like that?
Huh? Paimon thinks you sound kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go?
Great idea! Let's get going! Traveler?
Mm-mm.
Hey.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the Sub-Zero's festival. Oh, are you interested in Yalda candies?
No.
It's not that simple. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon, hara fruit, sunsetia.
They all sound pretty tasty.
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Huh? What were those last two? He'll help me choose. Paimon wants to eat the sunsetia flavor.
No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Not them all saying 4.
Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all. Oh, congratulations! Number 4 is indeed sunsetia.
Paimon knew he always had incredible luck. Paimon's not really interested in the other flavors.
Ah, wait. How did you know? Don't tell me that you already knew which flavor was in each box.
Yes.
What? He was right about all of them?
That couldn't have been luck. How is this possible? I packed all those boxes this morning, and they've been sealed ever since. You couldn't have known beforehand. Mind reading? X-ray vision?
Psychic
Or
teams,
some kind
love.
of magic trick? This is way too freaky.
Tell us what's going on! Since when did you get superpowers? Traveler?
We just seen Miss Lesser Lord, Kusanali.
Hey, where are you going?
Where is she going?
What's going on? Did you see something? Us leaving Dunyarzad without letting her know is kinda rude, you know.
There she is. Come back, ma'am.
Keep up.
There she is.
What are you looking for? Why did we come here? Traveler?
There she is.
That's...
The bird's gone out of its cage. What is going on? Oh, there she is. Is she really there? She is. Or I don't know where.
Look! That's... Isn't that Dunyarzad?
Dunya? What?
What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzads?
What is going on?
You already know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you? I'm sure you already know how to use this.
Do we? Oh yeah, we did learn.
A knowledge capsule? Where did you get it? What's inside?
You should use it too, Paimon.
She's so cute.
You know Paimon? Well, this seems kinda sketchy, but Paimon feels like this is what we should do. What the? This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival?
Plenty of time?
No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been to the Sub-Zero's festival?
Literally. I forgot what that movie's called. Dang, I forgot what that movie's called. It's like so many like time movies that they repeat the same day so many times. I forgot some of them, their names.
Have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized.
Look how cute she looks. Oh, she's so cute. Adorable.
Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't the first time we've met, and I answered that question a long time ago.
Let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back. Meeting you was the real catalyst for restoring our memories, and the knowledge capsule was just your means of showing our minds the way.
Wait, what? It was a lot of what? My brain. Wait, what?
What about everyone else? Why are you only helping the two of us?
Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro. And you also have special, sensitive constitutions.
Yeah. I can't. Whenever she is announced to come on a banner, she needs to be my first Dendro Archon. Because I don't got Ball, or Zhongli. She needs to be my first Archon again. She's so cute.
It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness.
Sheet of paper.
A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that.
7th. So what is messing with our memories and what making us keep repeating? I'm confused. A lot of confusion.
As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different from the first Dunyarzad you met.
What? Wait a minute.
That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left.
Already? She's gonna what? What I need to do right
now. Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain.
Girl, I'm still trying to sort out my brain. What is going on? I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, I'm Nahida.
Nahida! That's her name, Nahida. It's a cute name.
Good, you passed the test.
What's happening? You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait, please don't tell Paimon even you don't know.
Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called a samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all stuck inside a one-day samsara.
One-day samsara?
As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow your minds. I don't know how you'd be after that.
We'll be fine. We will probably be fine.
I can only give you surface level help, like bits of information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be doing all I can to slow down Dunyarzad's illness.
She got the power to do that. Archon energy.
She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after each Sub-Zero's festival.
If we can break out of the samsara, I might be able to save her.
Yes.
But as things are right now, She's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers. All I can do is raise a gale to delay her fall.
You sure love to use weird analogies.
Analogies are wonderful tools. They let you use existing knowledge to understand unfamiliar things. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
Let me collect my thoughts. Oh? When you enter, say the... You can choose any text. Context.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara.
Wait, is that actually the Traveler talking? Shocked. Usually don't hear much from him.
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more?
Ooh, they're making our brains work.
The Grand Sage... The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? The moon... What's happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger. My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going on?
Same. Same, Ether, same. I'm like, what is still going on?
I can't seem to
Time loop.
That should be it. The flow of time is endlessly cycling within one single day. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't... That doesn't... That doesn't... That doesn't...
Nice. Okay.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. A pity.
Still the wrong answer? Paimon thought that made a lot of sense. It feels like time's just repeating itself.
A simple time loop can't explain some of the phenomena. You two are still missing a lot of information.
Lovely.
Unfortunately, I can't give you any more hints.
Dunyarzad.
Oh no.
The Sub-Zeru's festival is happening every day, but that doesn't mean we can waste an infinite amount of them. Hurry and find the truth before today's festival ends.
I wonder what was their correct answer to that?
Let's think about our current situation. To save Dunyarzad, we have to escape the samsara of the Sub-Zeru's festival. And to do that, we need to figure out what's happening. The truth. Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so we must have missed something, right? Paimon's memories say that we've already done this many times, but let's go talk to people again. It's more productive than sitting here and scratching our heads.
Oh, I think I could climb up on accident. Sorry, girl.
Hey, it's you guys again. Where's your cultured friend?
Laying down.
She's feeling a little unwell.
Yeah.
I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest just yesterday. Huh? What brought this about? I hurried back from the forest yesterday, and I'm selling produce here today. I haven't felt anything strange.
To put it another way, if you really think about it, was yesterday truly yesterday? Did you actually come back from the forest yesterday?
What kind of philosophical nonsense is this? Are you two daydreaming?
If only.
Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru? Go somewhere else if you want to find someone to daydream with.
So that's your problem.
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? Is everyone dreaming? True. It's so weird that people here don't dream. Why is that? Anyway, if this all really were just a dream, we would have woken up a long time ago. Let's keep asking around.
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person? Ooh, I knew it! I told you, the god's divination is highly accurate. You just hadn't fully understood its significance yet.
You're really excited about this, huh? That's exactly why we came back. Help us better understand it.
Help you better understand it? Well, that isn't exactly what I excel at.
So, you're admitting that you don't have a clue?
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into? Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys just lost your wallet or fell for a scam. What you just said, are you serious? Does that kind of thing actually happen in real life?
Paimon knew you weren't going to believe it.
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination. The moon, illusions, and lies. It really felt like an omen.
When you say it like that, the divination does sound like it's related to what's going on.
I had a
Can you
feeling.
read any more into it?
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. Anything more specific is beyond the reach of mere mortals. The book only says, if you trust your instincts and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
So that's how it is. Looks like fortune-telling is just fortune-telling. It's no good for practical problems. We haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to? Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on her. You think she'll brush us off again? Yeah, if we tap into Dia's strong sense of responsibility as a mercenary, then she'll definitely take us seriously.
Yup.
At this time of day, Dia's probably just finished beating up those kidnappers. Let's go find her.
I'm fine, my lady. It's just a scratch.
Perfect timing. Both of you are here.
Paimon, Traveler, you came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous Huh? You saw? Then why didn't you jump in earlier? If someone was protecting Miss Dunyarzad, I could've went all out. Anyway, can you do something for me?
You want the Traveler to take Dunyarzad somewhere to rest up while you check to see if there's still any kidnappers around. Did Paimon get that right?
Obviously,
How
yes.
did you know what I was going to say?
Psychic.
We need to say something convincing.
Oh, this is where these come up. Insane.
Dia sold her greatsword to raise additional funds. And then she was injured because she wasn't used to her new weapon. People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon.
Still need to uncover that. I'm like,
The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? My mind feels exhausted.
Yeah, we know. This one.
Tell her,
Traveler! Girl, you know.
I didn't tell anyone about that.
I remember that.
Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. What's going on?
Getting girly, psychic things. Embracing my abilities and learning how to use them. That's all.
Alright, so this is the situation.
Paimon's getting explaining.
It's kinda hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly type, but we do have basic common sense.
She's quieter than usual. Uninterested in anything and really gloomy.
I noticed. The first time we went into this loop, she was off. I was like, her voice sounds off. I was like, yeah. And then the third time, I was like, yeah, something's up with her.
Yeah, she isn't the same as before, but...
She said mute.
Her parents said that this is how she was like at first.
Huh? At first?
I don't quite understand what you're all talking about. I'll go rest on the bench over there.
Girl sound like she about to fade out of existence.
My lady, are you angry?
That's a sign something's going on.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you knew about my greatsword. Let's make this a quick trip. Miss Dunyarzad isn't completely safe here.
Yeah, we can still run. She's still there. Oh, she gonna see her too?
Hida! We brought a friend! Are you busy?
I thought I told you that it won't help to bring anyone here.
We just wanted her to see the real Dunyarzad's condition.
Can she see the? She probably can't see her. I wonder.
The real DunyorZod? Where and who are you talking to?
Yeah, she can. I already knew. I'm like, can she even see her? Probably can't. Yeah.
Huh?
I told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me or Miss DunyorZod here.
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
She sees her now.
Wow. How perceptive. Does she have invisible antennae?
What is that? Invisible antennae?
Miss DunyorZod, she's lying down here, isn't she? How's she doing?
Her condition's really bad, and she's basically in a coma. How did you know she was here?
I can sense her aura. There are also lingering feelings of something like regret or disappointment. What happened?
She can do. Oh wow. Oh, obviously, I didn't know she could do that. I'm like, wow.
Do you believe us now? The Sub-Zero's festival has been repeating itself. So, you think the sages are behind this?
Of course they. Of course they. Are they? Makes so much sense.
Yeah, they've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally repeat the Sub-Zero's festival as a sick joke.
Ew.
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, the Academia's sages are the only ones in Sumeru who could pull off something like this. Maybe there's more to the Akasha than we know. Right! Didn't you awaken our memories using something that looked like a knowledge capsule? That means you must know something about the Akasha!
Or we're going to have to figure it out ourselves because that's the fun part about it, ain't it?
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
Okay, no, she told us. She didn't have us going on. Have to figure it out ourselves. Of course, the gnosis. Of course. That's how they can do this. I'm like, they can't do this with just some average. Of course, they're using the gnosis. Of course.
A gnosis could do that? No wonder the Akasha is so magical.
Literally.
It's being powered by the gnosis of Sumeru's Archon.
So, this Nahida you mentioned, what did she say?
She said, and Paimon quotes, "The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people."
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait.
What?
I get the grants knowledge part. That's what people have always used the Akasha for. But compiling the entire populace's wisdom? How does that work?
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha? Oh yeah, that sounds about right. What do you think?
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people. My mind feels exhausted.
Throw the information back. She already told us that.
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. What's happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, it's not that one either. That one.
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? Huh. Now that I think about it, my head's been feeling unusually heavy. When the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, a sage once said, knowledge always comes at a price. Compiling the entire country's knowledge. You think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us? Who knows? The Akasha can put knowledge into our heads, so who's to say that it can't also poke around in there? We don't know any specifics.
Makes sense, of course.
What's the point of doing something like that?
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn Sumeru City into a single massive brain. This hive mind could make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses can't crack.
An excellent deduction. And the analogy comparing Sumeru City to a massive brain? I love it.
In that case, we should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, I was only wearing this for show in the first place. Didn't expect the sages to cook up such a conspiracy. Mark my words, when this is over, I'm getting evidence and exposing this whole thing to the public.
How does everyone feel? Huh? What is it? Oh, that! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from the Akasha terminal.
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway.
Y'all heard that too, right? we all heard that?
Traveler, did you hear that?
Yeah, you're hearing it too. Okay.
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep, but it sounded like it was coming from inside my head. We took off our Akasha terminals.
Don't tell me they put something in our heads.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties.
But we cannot lose all of our progress.
What are those old geezers doing? Oh shoot, my phone. What are they doing?
Paimon remembers everything!
Good. You adapted quickly this time.
We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that? But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha definitely has something to do with whatever's trapping us in this cycle. Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. Why would the Akasha go this far if all it wants is everybody's wisdom?
It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they are.
If we're lab rats, then what are you? Nahida, you've never told us anything about yourself.
We're just keeping a secret.
I guess I'm the moon.
A cute moon.
The moon? Wasn't that the result of our divination?
Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get closer to the truth, so you should focus on other things. Don't get distracted and miss any clues.
Wait, what?
Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so let's go find her. If Paimon's reading the time correctly, those kidnappers should be showing up soon.
Oh, look what's ready here.
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My lady, did you get hurt?
Dia?
What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
She didn't get scratched.
You didn't get hurt this time.
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs. Shh! How did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told anyone about it. Please, don't tell Miss DunYarzad.
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
Anything strange? You already know that I got a new greatsword. If I had to say something, it's weird how such a new weapon could feel so familiar.
Oh, she got hit with it? Okay, so she do know a little bit.
It's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of battles.
You're saying that although you don't remember using it, your body feels like it does?
Good old muscle memory. Can't take that.
That's right. Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle memory. Only knowing the theory of battle won't get you anywhere.
Traveler, what do you think? Yeah, Paimon's feeling really hopeful. Oh, you're right! Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
Oh, so they break free already.
I have no clue what you two are talking about, but it's still dangerous here, so...
So you want us to take DunYarzad somewhere else to rest while you check if there are still more kidnappers around, right?
How did you know what I was gonna say? Can you read minds?
Yeah.
Forget it. Go and do your thing. Whew. It's finally nighttime. Aside from Dia not getting injured, everything seems to have stayed the same. Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got injured every other time she fought the kidnappers. Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Have we saved DunYarzad?
Really? Good job on all that progress. Get some good sleep tonight.
Okay, we did good.
Hey, what kind of an answer is that?
She didn't say a for sure answer, but...
Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common knowledge, but the only way you can know that for sure is if you experience tomorrow. How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday? Does tomorrow truly exist as anything beyond a made-up concept?
And he's gonna make us all think, oh, I do it a lot, so I'm like, yeah, I get it, but ooh.
It's even possible that this entire world is a lie, and the history of the whole world has just been one endless Sub-Zero's festival.
Deep thoughts, deep thoughts. Deep talks. I meant to say deep talks.
Okay, no more. Paimon's brain is already shut down.
That's why it makes no sense to waste your energy thinking about things you will learn tomorrow. Get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and flush your anxiety dookie away.
Say dookie away.
Huh? Hold on, what did you just say? Did Paimon hear you correctly?
Huh? People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duke-duke.
Duke-duke.
That's why I suggested you could try that. Is that so strange?
Not a duke-duke. Oh, that's cute.
It's so strange and so against common sense that Paimon's at a loss for words. You were sounding kind of smart just a minute ago.
Get some rest.
Yeah. Even though it's happy and lively at the Sub-Zero's festival every day, it feels like it's been a long time since we've really gotten to relax. Let's go back to our room.
Oh, not again, please. I thought we broke free.
Continue the harvest. Compared to what we stand to achieve, these sacrifices are trivial.
We're still in the same day.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was not gonna be that easy. Okay.
Nahida, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the samsara? Why did you tell us?
Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach.
Yeah.
In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by often, and I thought it might help you clear your minds.
That brief moment of hope, clear our minds. I understand where you're coming from, yes. Yeah, but at the same time, the next day it all rushed back. Oh, the worry. Gotta figure this out. So I guess. Relieve the mind of that for a little bit and then wake up. Oh, do it again. We'll figure this out. Okay. I get it, but at the same time, no.
Paimon thought the Duke did that! Whatever. Guess you were looking out for us after all.
Yeah. Easing our minds for the night.
Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been everything to me.
Paimon's flattered and everything, but maybe you're taking things a little fast.
Paimon's not bonding as quickly as I already have.
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can see me and sense my presence. In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. That's why you two have been everything to me. Get it?
Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again.
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation?
Huh? Why are you scrapping your previous theory? Oh yeah, you're right! Gosh, how did we not notice that? In a simple time loop, people's physical conditions should also reset.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's your new hypothesis?
Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory, and Dia was able to use her experiences to avoid injury in later samsara cycles.
Mm-hmm.
mercenaries rely heavily on muscle.
Mm-hmm.
If all our memories of a day are erased at the end of that day, then we would unwittingly relive the same day again and again.
There we go. Yeah. We ain't in a time. So we're not in a time loop because her skills have improved and she remembered how to fight. Well, yeah, already remembered the muscle memory, and she didn't get injured. So we're not in a time loop. Ooh. This Archon quest making us use our brains. Okay. Ooh.
Oh, then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories.
Deletion.
That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, are we just, everyone's memories are just getting wiped and thinking it is the next, thinking it's the same day, but it's really the next day? Wow. Wow.
But muscle memory
Doesn't get
can't be
erased.
That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now everything makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, it feels good having a big brain. Oh. Yeah, that's the only thing you can't erase, muscle memory. Okay. Yeah, everyone's memory is just getting wiped. And the day is continuing as a different day. But the Akasha doing something and just wiping people's brains and memories, I think. If Nahida clarifies and confirms that it's true.
A brilliant deduction.
Yeah, she said yes.
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focus too much on your perception that it glows.
Huh? What?
That isn't simple at all.
What?
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
Oh, so we were wrong? So it wasn't that?
Right. She did help us find our latest clue after all. Let's go.
So were we wrong or right? Won't know.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Mm-hmm.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate me.
Well, you're still getting used to your new greatsword.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and... wait a second! How did you know I got a new greatsword to begin with? I didn't tell anyone about it.
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it. Oh, that works!
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying at face value.
Yeah.
Alright then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this greatsword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yeah.
Yes, your memory's being erased every day.
then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
Oh? Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zeru's festival day after day, then what happened to the things we used, the money we spent, the food we ate? Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that.
Oh, that makes sense too. That makes sense. Oh, shit.
Right! They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything!
Not a lot of work.
It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. I've got proof.
You have proof? Where?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion.
Yes.
Fine, I'll play along for a little longer. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
Ooh.
Paimon can't believe it's Dia who wants to show us something this time. 2 days ago, we were the ones taking her to see Dunyarzad.
Keep up.
This is it.
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What about it?
Yeah.
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as they say, each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy these marks.
Is it really impossible? What if they used some fancy machine to carve every single mark?
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training.
Makes sense. Yeah, we gotta board it, so it's not that.
Whew. I hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain exercise game that's been super popular with the scholars lately? It's surprisingly fun. Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Well, back to square one.
Yeah.
Is our memory deletion theory also wrong?
Sounded so confident in the beginning.
But at least we've reached some other conclusions in the meantime.
We're not in the real world.
Yep, that's true. So, can we think of any new ideas right now? Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately. Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution! Many things should become clear if we can confirm the flow of time outside of the city. Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories? Or because we're just too tired?
We've been using our brains so much, we need a little bit of leeway.
How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten something about leaving the city.
back early today. Did you find something new?
Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time, we have a new question.
Leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans? What did we say when we got back?
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow.
There it is again.
Our memories are back! About that. Well, where should Paimon begin?
What, Paimon?
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you. Listen to it and you'll understand.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
What?
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories. Paimon will fill you in.
2 days ago. What happened?
It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday. Okay, let's go.
Oh, we're in the flashback from 2 days ago. Okay.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the academia up to now?
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait until tomorrow.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormos. If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance next time.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
Literally.
It looks like the academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else.
Of course, then.
Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. Why don't we climb over the walls? Those guards can't be everywhere at once. This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Let's hurry! Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind?
Wait, why are we leaving Paimon? Wait, so let's stay here. Oh, okay.
But what if things get really weird out there and you get into some trouble? Then Paimon
Don't make me cry, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together.
I know. Don't worry, we'll come back.
Okay. Paimon will wait for you. Promise Paimon that you'll come back as soon as possible. Just a quick look.
Yes.
And please, be careful. Memories! Traveler!
What happened?
Paimon thought Paimon would never see you again. You just disappeared. Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back. You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick look. Paimon, calm down. He's here now. I don't think he understood what you were saying. Paimon doesn't care! Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay! Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day!
I don't.
Okay. Paimon will forgive you. The most important thing is that you didn't actually disappear. Oh, Paimon was so scared that you had gone into another world.
No.
Okay, Paimon, can you tell us your perspective of what really happened yesterday?
It went from yesterday.
I see. Using two people's different perspectives.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared in an instant. No way! Paimon was watching you with the fullest attention.
What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this? I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. Those days' memories can't be awoken.
So, if we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased? It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose. But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside. Something like a message? But how can we send it back?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well... Okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time and take care of Dunyarzad for me.
Yep, now we're talking.
Oh, yay.
I'm done. Here you go.
What? Isn't this just an Akasha terminal?
I made some little changes. Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. I just tweaked it so that it could connect to any node.
To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand. Anyway, we can use this now to record a message, right?
Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside the city.
We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now.
Worth a try.
Let's go then. Let's expose those sages. All right. Paimon isn't as worried about being separated since it happened once yesterday. But Paimon still isn't happy about it.
See you though. Yeah, definitely see you yesterday. See you tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow, Traveler. That covers everything that's happened so far.
Yes, although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside.
Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages together.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights. All these spaces are empty except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very weird contents.
There's another part here. We only received it last night.
These spaces have been disappearing one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky. And now, even the final space has also disappeared. Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now! Those spaces are actually...
Why did the message end right there? What did the Traveler want to say? What are those spaces?
Literally.
Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come from here or from the message?
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha terminal.
After the beep, Traveler said even the final spaces also disappeared.
Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound of that beep from the Akasha. My impression... All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. A lack of human presence. Was that space actually the real world? But wouldn't a real space just randomly disappearing like that be catastrophic?
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zeru's festival, also disappears, and we're taken to the next day. Later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Do lots of new spaces appear every day? Paimon's head is spinning.
Well, same.
Just what are these spaces anyhow?
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats. So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the end is a small and simple secret.
Wow, the Archon War, huh? That's an analogy and a half.
A secret. I'm trying to wrap our brains around this situation.
Keep up.
Ooh.
Do you want some alone time to think? Alright then, Paimon won't disturb you.
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Dunyarzad? We still have some other stuff to do first.
Okay then. See you later.
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is ticking away. Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first. You can tell us both together. This time, we're gonna get to the truth.
You're back. I've been waiting forever for you two. Judging by the looks on your faces, are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival? Okay. First off, have you discovered the hidden truth?
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis. We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara. All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common: a lack of human presence. The moon illusions. We are all at those spaces. That doesn't sound.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream, but the truth is the Akasha steals their dreams without them knowing it. And those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. That would explain why they sounded so weird when he was trying to describe them. Huh. So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're all in one big dream together right now.
Correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of this?
Well, that's where their dreams are going. They're taking so they can dream. I was like, that don't make sense. Okay.
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate. It is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace. And it grants knowledge to the people.
That doesn't sound... That doesn't sound...
Oh, okay. Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Archon, right? That would explain why the Akasha has the ability to control people's dreams, too. But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to it than that?
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming. In other words, dreams are rich bundles of human wisdom.
So, in other words, the complete opposite of how Hypatia understood it. Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So it was all a dirty trick?
Yes, I knew that sounded stupid from the beginning. I'm like, why would the Archon, well, the Dendro Archon want that? I'm like, no, she would want them to dream. I'm like, nah, they came up with that. It's ridiculous.
The real story is that the sages from the academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the samsara?
Oh, goodness, more.
The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. We still hear it every night, even though we removed our Akasha terminals. Those spaces kept disappearing before my eyes. But as soon as that beep sounded, many more spaces materialized. The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more? We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's fest. My mind feels... Those dreamscapes kept vanishing, but as soon as that beep sounded, more...
Last one. Wait, what?
That doesn't sound... That doesn't... That doesn't... That doesn't...
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream.
Oh wow. Surprised they can pull that off.
Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zeru's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zeru's festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the Akasha, and so it continues.
So, this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine. Did Paimon get that analogy right?
Did she?
Very good, Paimon.
Okay.
Using analogies well is an excellent habit to get into.
Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
Alright, last question. Who am I?
The lies, illusion, the moon.
They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation. So then, if Nahida has referred to herself as the moon... Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions a hint that... Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions hinting at the sage's deception of Sumeru's people?
So you noticed?
Yes, yes. Really obvious. I already knew. See, you're less of a Nia.
I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
It wasn't. We already knew.
That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different.
Literally.
We just didn't want to expose you is all.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hinting to us since the very beginning.
Since Archipelago.
Thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali, Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
Literally.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life. On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now.
It's true. She wanted our brains to work. That's why she didn't tell us the truth. What is it? What is it really?
You asked me this question before. My answer was, it would literally blow your minds.
Would it though? We heard strange things. We've been around to that. We heard stuff. We seen. Been a part of. Would it?
Now that you know this is all a dream, this answer should hopefully make more sense. Have you heard the saying, don't wake a sleepwalker? Likewise, if someone suddenly had told you all this instead of you learning it on your own, your notion of reality and dream would be thrown into irreversible confusion. I couldn't expose you to that kind of risk.
Like we already would be confused as it is. But I'm like, I guess.
That's why I could only give you very subtle hints and some suggestions. Long story short, I'm really sorry I had to keep you guessing. Firstly, this dream we're in is completely based on reality. People have already experienced this Sub-Zero's festival, so it would be very difficult for them to find anything that strikes them as surreal. Secondly, you're probably wondering why people don't have any memories from earlier samsara, right? That's because people don't remember their dreams most of the time anyway. And in any case, their actual dreams are being taken away from them by the Akasha. So whenever they wake up in this dream of the Sub-Zero's festival, they don't remember anything from their previous identical dream.
That reminds Paimon. Traveler had a dream when we were in the Avidia Forest, but couldn't see what it was about after waking up. Is that an example of what you mean?
Yes. Only after receiving the blessing of Dendro can a person gain the Dendro element's dream-enhancing power. That explains the feelings of deja vu.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, everyone else has no idea that they are in the Sub-Zero's festival samsara, while their dreams are stolen from them over and over again.
Can humans really keep dreaming forever like this? Will it ever end? And if so, when?
You might say your mental fatigue has already answered this question. Eventually, there's only so much that people can tolerate. Especially those whose health is compromised to begin with, like Dunyarzad. This relentless exploitation takes an even harder toll on them.
People's lives are at stake here, and nobody knows a thing! We've got to put a stop to this!
Yes. The Cardi...
I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday? Could it really just be a coincidence?
Is it?
Even you don't know the reason? Wow. Now that's strange.
Yeah.
The Academia sages are determined to harvest lots of dreams in a short time, no matter the cost. They have to be up to no good. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. Traveler, do you have any information?
Those spaces remind me of dreams. Like the one I had in the Avidia Forest. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis. The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more?
This one.
Celebrate the birth of that god? Could it mean...
Okay, you already did all these.
Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable.
Very much so it is.
After we end the Sub-Zero's festival, Samsara, we have to look into them.
How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is ridiculous!
Because they don't think of her as their god, because the other one, the one before her, is their god, and this one it's not. And they can't get over or come to terms to that. But other people has, but they're like, no, not this meanie, puny god.
In the end, I'm just the moon. The real sun is long gone.
A sun and a moon? Nahida's talking in riddles again.
No, easy to understand this one, Paimon. The sun's bigger than the moon.
Oh, we're out of time today.
I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow. See you then.
Ooh, my brain is exhausted.
Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything, should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
What's going on?
Hey! What's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good.
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
Did Dunyarzad already disappear? No way!
This sad music is not helping.
Are we too late?
Are we?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
Oh. She actually died? Okay, now we legit have to bust some heads open. Okay, we really have to. What? They killed somebody over whatever while harvesting dreams. Heads gonna have to get bust open. Theirs mainly.
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear?
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely.
Oh, so she's not dead yet? Did I speak too soon?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just a building block of the dream that helps to keep it going.
Oh, she actually did yeah.
But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad.
Puppets are stiff, and can't copy a living person's vitality. After all, they're just there as filler.
It's a paid actor. without actually getting paid.
You know, speaking of which, the old Dunyarzad might not have been too different from a puppet.
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness, and it was you who inspired her. So you do remember her after all.
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was as if she only lived to stall her Elazar. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she's still... Far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon.
No, you are a real Archon.
I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sub-Zerus festival with so many regrets.
No.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida.
Literally.
It's the Sage's fault.
Literally.
Leave us alone.
Yes, head bust open.
I'm not beating myself up. All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself and a real Archon.
But you are a real Archon. Ma'am, you are. What you talking about? You wouldn't have been here if she didn't. So you are a real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida.
Literally.
Even real Archons are still allowed to be sad.
Yes. You want me to bring up A? She's still sad over Makoto.
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Yes.
Great, but how do we do that?
Although the Sub-Zerus Festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create them. That means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
Huh? So, how should we find that person?
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness. Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination? What do you mean by that?
Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal. Like when a server at a tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine gold and mora on the plate...
It's Golden Mora. Go off lucid dreaming.
The dream will respond in kind, and the server really will bring you gold and mora.
Yeah.
But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food. Find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake up and the dream samsara will be broken.
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize they're dreaming? After all, like you said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
I always kind of want to wake up a sleepwalker, though. Like, what will actually happen if we wake one? Told this all... Wait, been told all the time, never wake a sleepwalker. I'm like, why? I'm curious. What would they do? What will legit happen? So curious.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara. As for me, during this time, I'll be out of town.
Where are you going?
Out of town? Are you going to that place full of dreams where the traveler went?
Oh, there?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still be a small wisp of possibility. Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises. Unnecessary things like this samsara need to end.
Literally. Go do your Archon-y duties, ma'am. Because you are a real Archon.
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far, only for Dunyarzad to...
Literally, they legit killed her. They...
She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate was against her. Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad is what kept us going this whole time. But we mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Dunyarzad would definitely want to see us save everyone else. So let's break the samsara for her sake.
And bash some heads in, yes. After.
Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this stream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that way, no?
Unlikely. Yes.
Huh. That's true. Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being other factors beyond their control, like Nahida and us.
Yeah.
So, who do you think the host of the dream is? Oh, that would make sense. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is a symbol of the wholesome Zeru's festival, right? Pretty core character. Let's go ask him some questions, shall we?
Keep up.
I still can't believe they really killed off one of their people for stealing people's dreams. I'm like, were these people were that sick? Okay.
You're back. You left in a hurry last time.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little hard to explain. Would you mind taking part in a little experiment with us?
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though. What do you need me to do?
Could you make a wish?
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Less questions, more wishing!
I feel like I should give him some of my primo so he can wish.
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Oh, well, damn. Oh. Yeah, I'm like... Kasha fucked that up, so I don't know about that. But in spirit, she is probably happy.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be Fairest Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her, or something.
Special in what way? In what way special? Hmm?
So, you have a crush on DunyaZad?
Did you? Did you, sir?
Oh, is it that obvious?
Yeah.
After what I just said, I guess it is.
I bet it was the mustache. Yeah. It's the mustache that's doing it for me. I'm like, yeah. I see where I see.
When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zeru's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time.
I'm eating this up. I'm eating it up.
Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing.
No, it was sweet. It was cute. I'm living for it. Love the love.
Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss DunyaZad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh, you're...
What?
Fucky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yalda candies per person. Back home you go.
Sound like you said something else. I was like, huh?
Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's happy.
Guess he isn't the host of this stream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy.
It never is. Sometimes. But in this case, no.
It seems like everyone who knows DunyaZad loves her. But none of them has any idea that she...
Yeah.
My lady, step back.
That sounds like Dia!
Dia.
Oh, right. This is when DunyaZad bumps into the kidnappers.
Yeah, Dia. I keep wanting to say Dia.
Huh? But Dia can handle them. Hey, Traveler!
Dia might be the person. She might be the chosen one. Also the eye patch.
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take... Hey, this is my job. The homie Yanni's pay me, not you. Fine, alright. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up anyway? It's not like I don't trust your fighting skills.
It's not that. It's not. Don't take it that
Anyway,
way.
watch yourself.
We got them.
So you got yourself some backup. Suit yourself.
I don't want to hear you talk.
Enshroud!
Hold the line!
I hear everything!
Boom boom! Time for your... Don't blink!
One with the forest! Need more! Ha!
Speed of light! Yeah! Nowhere to hide.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Law of the jungle.
Ha! Sa! Sa! Ka!
More of them spawned.
Enshroud!
Thrust and read it!
Sa! Hum! Sa!
Incinerate!
Where do you think you're? One with the forest. Ha! Take my leave. Hum! I hear everything. Ha!
Law of the jungle!
Don't blink! Hey! Hold the line!
Can't see. Ha!
I'll be back.
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys?
A little bit no, a little bit yes. I'm just sure. No. Oh, I'm gonna say something. Tanari's arrows, after, well, he shoots the first one and they scatter the other arrows. In tight places, it's hard for those to hit when you in stuff that's gonna block them from scattering, hitting the enemies. I noticed that last night too, and now when I was playing. If you're like in a tight area and they can't go above and target the area, they hit everything else. But the target. And get myself.
You and Nahida both.
Yeah.
Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something.
What?
Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to pick something up? She said it was because she had forgotten something.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. She pointed it out to us the night before the Sub-Zero's festival. Yeah, even if it's only a tiny clue, it'll probably still help us more than this needle in a haystack search. This is the place. It's rude to enter other people's spaces without permission, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
And mostly this is a dream, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, the windows are unlocked. Okay, Paimon's gonna take a peek inside. This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table. Should we open it?
Very tall, muscular. Wow. I don't know how she stretched.
Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us even while we were away. Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sumeru's festival and had all her health problems to worry about. She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sumeru's festival, right?
Yeah.
If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her. Hey! Where are you off to now? It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
Hey, puppet. Oh, thank you.
Traveler? You must be exhausted.
My brain's exhausted, yes.
Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago.
Wait, are we figuring out something? Wait, is she? Wait.
Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zerus.
Yes.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
What?
Yes, Traveler. What is it?
Oh, so she's still just a puppet.
Oh.
But just now, how come... What? Where are we going this time?
I was about to say, I'm like, ma'am? But no, she's still a puppet. Where are we going? I still need to learn. Yeah, I'm still going up here. I still need to learn the ways around here. Oh, wait, flower.
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this? Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia. I don't want to drag you into this.
No.
Traveler.
We need to break necks and bash heads in. Violence. No, not usually like this, but...
Traveler, what the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another day gone to waste.
He's speechless.
Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff?
Just like I thought.
Oh, of course! If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage?
Hold on a minute.
Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Padisarahs went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Padisarahs in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
Ah, that beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Padisarahs? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice. Dunyarzad, did you find these?
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away? So, how?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Is she the one? Close your eyes.
Huh?
Imagine that the...
You guys are acting weird.
Yeah. A lot of
Okay,
things are acting weird.
I'll try. Hey!
Peace out.
They disappeared!
So she is...
Who's the host? What a surprise!
I wouldn't even thought it was her.
Purple Padisarahs don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage. It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assumed there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Padisarahs in the flower pots.
Yeah.
So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu?
Yeah.
But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming.
Shake her vigorously? That's not the word. Vigorously? Shake her, but no.
How should we make Nilu realize that?
Am I dreaming?
No, she knows. You know, ma'am?
Huh?
How did you tell me?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sabzeruz festival?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream?
She's in the ballpark, but just didn't make a home run.
As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City. So it was about the first sage, huh?
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried." The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love." In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City, and founded the Academia. What a happy ending.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
Yes, but his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story.
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival is almost over too. Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zero's as beautiful as we can.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this so long. We're gonna go see her dance. Please dance your heart out. Cutscene? Cutscene.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sub-Zero's.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Milu's dance.
There she is. The tear. No words. That was amazing. I'm speechless. I'm just like, again, these cutscenes knocking it out of the park.
Oh, good morning, traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time.
My head hurts.
Paimon's head feels super heavy. Did we oversleep? Do you even remember going to sleep last night? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. The Sub-Zero's festival! Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero Samsara? Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal!
Is she still alive?
She's not in her room. What happened? Huh? What usual spot?
Is she still alive? Is she? Is that actually her?
Well done, Traveler and Paimon.
Catherine? Question mark? Literally, Catherine? Girl, what?
And thank you, DunYarzad, for organizing the Sub-Zero's festival for me.
I'm sorry, who are...
We thought you died.
Oh, don't scare us like that!
Oh, Traveler Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you. I just had a dream, and I saw Nilou performing the dance of Sub-Zero's.
Mm-hmm. That's where we're gonna end it? Let me get that to Traveler.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival.
Oh, so that was, oh wow, she'd been here the whole time. So that wasn't Catherine we seen at the festival. That was Nahida. I'm like, we usually don't see Miss Ma'am out from behind Adventurers Guild.
And DunYarzad, did you save her?
She's still kicking.
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
We're happy for let's say okay. Well, that's even alive, ma'am.
Let's talk about DunYarzad first. It's such a relief that she's all right.
After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what the Traveler had described. Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once DunYarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible, but it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
Oh, she did do it. See, you are an Akar, ma'am. You did that. You held it up. You held it really well while we was breaking the samsara, blah 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 blah.
So it looks like we did manage to save DunYarzad in the end. Not a moment too soon.
Good, we don't have to go bashing heads in at this very moment. We have to marinate on the bashing of the heads a little longer, a little bit.
two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. I need to spend more time observing human emotions.
Both are fine. Everyone reacts differently.
Yeah, I thought you would know that, Miss Pam.
All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
Oh, that's yeah, what was that?
At the Avidia Forest, there was this incense that made the traveler fall unconscious and dream of a huge tree and a red sky.
You also heard someone's voice, right? It said world and forget me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you do know. We've been wanting to ask you what that was about, and if the red sky was related to Conria.
It seems like the traveler established a connection to Irminsul. That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory before she died. As you two probably know, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared after the disaster in Conria. The timings of these events do line up, so your suspicions are reasonable.
A message from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? We thought it was from the Scarlet King.
No, it was from her. I knew that.
That god who died even longer ago? Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him. You probably just heard some of their conspiracies.
But no, I knew it was from Rukkhadevata. The message, obviously. Ooh. Ooh, my leg. Ooh, my leg. Yeah.
Okay, so what does the message mean?
You know, girl, or you don't?
I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of doing that.
I'm shocked she haven't. Since 500 something years, I think. I need to clarify if Nevada, not Nevada, Nahida has been around for that long.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul seems to be contaminated with something that has a very dangerous aura to it. Many devoted scholars go mad as soon as they connect their consciousness. I've warned the academia about this many times, but people still keep falling victim to it.
Because they're stupid. Miss Archon herself telling you, leave it alone. Why y'all still trying to do this? And y'all, because that guy, when we were with All Hate Them, he said the same thing, world forget me, and he went crazy. And I'm like, leave it alone. Leave it alone. So we're gonna figure this out, figure whatever, we'll figure it out.
But I believe this is the key to saving Irminsul. That's why I've kept trying to decipher it.
Yeah.
So the tree in the vision was Irminsul? Oh, Tainari also said that Irminsul is sick. Is it because of the contaminated consciousness?
Is it?
But even if you can't figure out what that vision was all about, it seems like our search for you was all in vain.
Was
the
it?
Traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness. I've never seen anyone like that. With you here, we may have a chance at deciphering it.
Again, special protagonists, main character teams, yes. Of course we didn't get affected.
No, we must decipher its secrets. I've already eliminated all other factors that might affect Irminsul. This is the only one left. This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Tevat's.
Why you look like Catherine?
To be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness.
Oh. Oh, no, why you didn't show yourself to, her, then?
How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy other people's consciousnesses?
Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal.
Yeah.
The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha.
Yeah.
I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet.
Snezhnayan puppet. Puppet. Captain's a puppet? Is this a key to her back? What is this? Or just... Yeah.
Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secrets?
Literally.
So
She's a puppet?
No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her.
She's a puppet?
What about your own body? Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Surasthana?
That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing.
So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they! Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida?
What?
In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death, the Akasha is still empowering this nation.
Listen. Oh, wait, these are big words. What? Wait a minute. What? Wait. Let's see what these words mean. Vocabulary of the day. A vocab word. Let me see. All powerful. Omnipotent. All-knowing.
And I'm still really far away from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also more proficient at governing this country. My existence has little meaning.
No, it doesn't. Stop saying that. You are amazing Archon, and we stand.
Yeah, you got a lot of believers.
Yes.
Just look at the Sub-Zero's festival. Everyone who showed up truly loves you.
Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha. Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime. Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there. Doing all that should be enough.
Sage's plan.
There's never been any big problems with the Academia's governance of Sumeru.
Has it?
This is the first time I've seen them step out of line.
Really? I guess. Me like, I don't know about that. Soon as we step in to Sumeru, problems. Always. Why? Why now? Why? Always something.
I wonder what caused them to go down this path, and what they hope to achieve. Even though the city's residents haven't noticed anything strange, if the Traveler hadn't broken the Sub-Zero's samsara, the situation could have become dire.
Yeah, literally.
I tried to do some investigating in the Akasha, but I couldn't find anything suspicious. And all the people of interest seem to purposely avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. I think they're deliberately trying to hide something.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. In Gandharvaville, there was a sage who had invited Tainari to join some kind of project. Could it be related?
Regardless, I need to first investigate the sage's motives, make things right, and punish them if needed. But I'll have to be discreet, or they'll see me coming.
I heard punishment. What that means? What that means? Again, bashing some headset? We're not opposed to that. Oh no.
You mean how the Akasha stops you from having dreams?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. No one's noticed something's up?
It's not that no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection.
Misdirection?
The sages convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom.
Stupid.
Not dreaming is a badge of honor in Sumeru.
Again, stupid. What? But they're using the dreams for knowledge, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm probably wrong, but they're doing something with people's dreams. I'm like, okay.
Even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha.
I'm like, then they're not you. Okay.
With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha to facilitate their research. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be used to its full potential. That's why I've never come out strongly against this. Anyway, the perspective advocated by the sages drowned out any voices of doubt. By now, even those who never use Akasha terminals find it too shameful and embarrassing to talk about their dreams. Got it. I hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge. To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while.
Go rest up, Dendro God.
Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero Samsara in the immediate future.
Oh, thank goodness.
Go and get some sleep. Leave everything to us.
What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Hey, Catherine.
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker. We happened to walk by, so we thought we'd wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go.
My maintenance personnel sometimes. Bye, Catherine. Okay, so that is it for the Archon quest. Now we can do Tanari's story quest. But I'm gonna save this for tomorrow. So I'm not gonna do his story quest now. Let me see what time it is. 4. Okay, I can do another hour. 5. Okay. Let's do the event. Tell the Catherine. Wait, why we gotta tell the Catherine? Wait, what? Oh, it's okay. No, let me get away from you, Catherine. That's gonna start Tanari's story quest. Yeah, good thing. Okay. Oh, 279. Okay.
If you press a leaf between dry sheets of...
Oh, wait, I wanted to see my history real quick. Since they made me work to get him... How many pages? One long way back to the loot. Dude, seems ages ago. Wait. 80? 80? Wait, let me see some... Wait a minute, did I count that right? It was 16. Did they make me go all the way to 80? 80? I think I went all the way to 80. Pity. Let me recount again. They took me all the way to 80 pity, so I did. I think that would be hard pity? Soft? Hard? Soft? Soft or hard? Pity. They did. I thought I miscounted. I thought it was like around like 77, but no, it was 780. 80, exactly. They made me go deep. How am I going to financially recover my primos? Well, with all this new stuff, it shouldn't be that difficult. I guess, but oh my goodness. It took that long to get to him. Oh.
You can make an attractive and handy bookmark.
That means my next 5-star needs to not be... It needs to be early and not 80.
Keep up.
So Tandra's supposed to be here in Gandharvaville looking for inspiration. But how do we find him? Should we yell his name at the top of our lungs?
Sounds like a bad idea.
Hey, buddy. What's your name? What are you doing here all alone? Do you live in Gandharvaville?
Who that?
Regardless, don't worry. As a trainee forest ranger, I'll do everything I can to help you.
Is that?
Hi, Miss Forest Ranger. I'm Rozzy. Don't mind me. I know the way back to Gandharvaville.
When people say, don't mind me, what they really mean is don't worry about me. That's all the more reason not to leave you alone.
What?
Hey, don't cry. What's wrong? Take your time. You can tell me all about it.
Huh. That voice sounds familiar.
Yeah, call
I
her.
once heard it somewhere before.
Yeah, call her.
Oh, it's Kale! And a child who seems to be upset. Oh, let's go say hi.
Yeah, I was like, is that call? I'm like, yeah, the voice sound familiar. I'm like, is it her though? I'm like, yeah, it's her. I was like, yeah. The question marks was messing me. I'm like, yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Hi, Kale. How have you been?
Paimon and Traveler. I've been doing pretty well.
That's good.
Thanks for asking. I'm helping Master Tainari patrol the forest. What brings you here?
We're here on an errand. We heard your voice, so we thought we'd come ask you for help. You seem kinda busy, though.
I'll be fine. You go help them first, Miss Forest Ranger. I'm okay, really. The sand got into my eyes, that's all.
What a well-mannered child.
We're not leaving here. I'm like, what's going on?
Sand? There is not a lot of sand in a forest.
Yeah, I better say, what
You
sand?
keep saying you're okay because you don't want us to know what you're upset about, right?
Maybe.
That's exactly why you have to get it off your chest. Here's a trick. If you're keeping a secret that bothers you, you can try telling it all to a tree hollow.
A tree hollow?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, a tree hollow. Do you know Tanja's stories? The Aranara living in the forest will patiently listen to every word children say. Maybe there really are Aranara living in the tree hollows that will listen to you.
You like the Aranara stories too?
Of course! I love them!
Oh, people who like Aranara are the best. Okay, I'll try telling my secrets to a tree hollow. Thanks, Miss Forest Ranger. You know everything.
Aw, you're just exaggerating. Anyway, I'm trying to be like my friend, who always does her best to cheer people up when they seem sad.
Ooh, let me guess.
So,
Amber.
how are you doing? Feeling any better now? The forest is very dangerous, so how about we stick together?
Sure.
Wow, Kale's so good with kids.
Well, helping children who are lost in the rainforest is all part of a forest ranger's duty. So, what was it you wanted help with? You're not lost too, are you? Okay, so you're looking for a children's author from Port Olmos called Tanja.
Yeah.
And he's here in Gandharvaville, looking for inspiration. Wait. When you say Tanja, do you mean the Tanja?
That's right, Uncle Tanja.
So he's in the area, looking for inspiration for a new story as we speak? This is amazing. Could you wait for me for a second? I'll run Razi back to Gandharvaville and then I'll be right back. I've always been curious what the man behind those incredible stories is like in person.
Familiar, it's what?
Tanja's just a normal guy.
Even so, he must be more creative than most people. Wait, hold on. Razi, do you mean you've met Tanja before?
Met him?
Mm-hmm. He's my dad.
Your dad? Tanja's your dad? As in you're Tanja's son?
Uh-huh.
Gasp.
Ah, Paimon sees. That guy at Akara Crash told us that Tanja brought his son along with him. So he meant Razi. Why are you here on your own, though? Did you and Tanja get separated?
We had an argument. I was upset, so I ran off here by myself.
Oh, in that case, we should take you back to Gandharville first. Then we'll look for your dad and tell him where you are.
No, I'm good. Thanks for your advice, Kale. I'm not so upset anymore. Come with me. I'll take you to him.
Oh, you know where he is. Okay.
Yay! Thanks, Rosie! Paimon thought we'd be spending the whole day looking for him.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe I'm actually gonna meet the Tanja!
Oh.
Oh, what was that? Oh, he's Okay, hey C3, Kale. Hey, girl. I ain't never gonna get her out right off the bat.
So Tanja headed this way. I know this.
Look at him. Little bounce. I want to touch his ears. Where's she at? Wait, I gotta build her. I know. But Tonari took all I had out of me. But I'm getting my money back up there. Increase the oh, that's good. Okay. Now she's C3 because I'm not pulling on that banner. So lovely, she came home those times she did. I just wanted to cause problems. Wait, did I need this for something? I think I already did this. I don't know. Oh no, I haven't. Where's the other one? There must be another one somewhere. Already hit that one. They must be really spread out. They just what?
Allow me.
Can't see. I'll uproot you. Ha! Keep up.
Cut to the chase.
Come on, you coward.
Speed of light.
Speed.
Enshroud! I hear everything! Sa!
Oh, dang it. More hilly trolls?
Can't see. Ha!
They made me waste that.
Ha! Enshroud!
Another one?
Ha! I'll uproot you! Sa! Ha!
Oh my god. There's another one.
Sa! Enshroud! Sa!
I think that was the last of them. You good, sir? Where gotta go? Not on the map anymore. Ooh. I did do one of these puzzles somewhere else when I was getting the waypoints. It was so cool. Let me see. Oh, I see. And flowers just bloom. Oh, wow.
I think we can forgo the lost and found report.
He said he want to keep it for himself. Oh yeah, I collected all of these for getting him to 70. Yeah, I had to wait a couple days for these to regenerate.
Rosie! Where are you, Rosie?
Someone's calling for Rosie over there.
Oh, Rosie! Thank goodness I finally found you. What would I do without you, my son? Were you in danger? Did the wild beasts scare you? Did the stars guide your way?
I'm okay. all thanks to their help.
Mm-hmm. When you said the stars guided your way, I was thinking about Mona. Some what Mona was saying.
Thank you. Thank you all. I dare say that even the most cold-hearted Spino crocodile would be moved to tears by your kindness.
Would they?
Oh, it's nothing. It's all part of my responsibility as a trainee forest ranger. I'm the one who should thank you for creating so many wonderful stories for the children of Sumeru. I love them too.
Really? I didn't know anyone read my stories apart from young children. That must mean you're still in touch with your inner child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. I have the inspiration for my next story. It shall be about an Aranara granny who's a child at heart.
Huh? It's an honor to become the source of your inspiration.
Whoa. Kale looks like she's about to pass out. Hey Kale, are you okay?
I'm okay. Sorry. I just got a little too excited.
Are you two story lovers as well? Yes. The moment I saw you, the image of an Aura giant and an Aura finch traveling together popped into my mind.
Oh, texting somebody something. Well, I was listening though.
Oh? Who asked for my help? My sincerest apologies, but I have fans all over Sumeru. Trying to remember every last one is like trying to identify each grain of sand in the desert.
Seems like Tanja has a slightly exaggerated view of what it means to be a children's author. Also, Paimon's not a finch. That's nothing to get excited about.
Not the animal slime in the back floating. Look at him. Right there.
Akara Crafts. Oh, right. I remember now. That small boat once sailed into the sea of my memory, but before long it floated away over the horizon, never to be seen again. Perhaps for the best. After all, a wild tempest was raging in Tanger Harbor.
What? Paimon has no idea what he's saying.
We're all same. My brain still hurts from the Archon quest. I can't. I just need some light information. Any other big talk? I'm resting.
What should we do? Do you think we should get Tainari to take a look at him?
Dad's saying he forgot about helping the people at Akara Crafts learn more about Aranara because right now he has something more important to do.
Oh, that's what he meant! Well, there it is! All the proof you needed that this kid is definitely Tanger's son. Wait, no, this isn't the time for all that. Tanger, your help is pretty vital to the toy makers. You gotta do something!
But the garden that blooms before my eyes is of greater importance, for therein lies the beautiful Patisara that all the children of Sumeru dream of. I, Tanger, have found evidence of Aranara activity right here in the Avidia forest, conclusively proving that Aranara not only exist in stories, but in real life too. If I manage to document the first real-life Aranara sighting, the petty problems that perplex Akara Crafts will be untangled in no time. Meanwhile, I may well be able to leverage this to assume leadership of the academia. Then all across Sumeru will know of the great Tanger living in humble Port Ormos.
Me and you both. Me and you both.
I haven't written any papers myself, but I think you need to have a bunch of them approved by the review board before entering the academia. You also need a detailed and objective experiment record. Anyway, Tanja, what did you mean by evidence of R&R activity?
The hook's what's important in a story. The great storyteller Tanja never gives his audience the bait right away. Come with me.
Wait, not that way.
Kale, what's wrong?
Nothing. But that way leads us deeper into the Avidia forest. I'm just concerned for Tanja's safety. And I think I'm starting to understand why Razi and Tanja were fighting.
As I said, I'm all big brained out at the moment. We'll figure it out. But I think I do a little bit, but I can't put it into words at the moment.
Just as I expected, the promise of one of my stories has kept you hot on my heels.
But this is just an ordinary tree hollow. Paimon's not seeing any evidence of Aranara.
You can deceive the eyes, but you can't deceive the heart. Look with your heart and you too will understand.
Paimon's not sure what look with your heart means. But anyway, let's start by investigating the area around this tree hollow.
Yeah.
Hey, look! There's a note here. Could this be the evidence that Tanja was talking about? The handwriting's so hard to read. It's too hard. I can't remember the names of all these mushrooms. Do Aranara need to learn about mushroom classification?
Do not know.
Here's another note that says, "This tree hollow is my castle." That sounds more like something an R&R from the stories would say. There's another one here. If only I were a clever Aranara. A clever Aranara. Is the emphasis on clever or Aranara?
Keep up.
How does it feel to bear witness to a groundbreaking discovery? Exciting, isn't it?
Huh?
The crude handwriting may look like a child's, but don't forget, we're in the middle of a rainforest. I doubt that a child would be able to reach this deep into the forest, and I doubt even more that they would think of this lowly tree hollow as some sort of impenetrable castle.
Well, you're underestimating some children, because some children can probably get deep into the forest. You never know. That adventurous child. Rude.
I boldly hypothesize that this tree hollow is in fact the Aranara's academia. The notes we saw were written by the Aranara themselves. There is no doubt in my mind about that. An Aranara that wasn't so bright left a note here wishing to become a clever Aranara. Oh, I shall craft a new story for them and call it The Aranara in the Tree Hollow. How's that? Don't the very words just conjure up images of Aranara in your mind's eye?
No.
Well, many an adventurer knows how to take to the skies with their easily visible wind gliders, yet they do not possess the invisible wings of imagination, making it hard for them to keep up with my train of thought. How about you, Miss Forest Ranger? Do you soar into the atmosphere on the wings of imagination?
Not you coming for me like that. I have tons of imagination. imagining scenarios is having an imagination, so lots of it.
Huh? Me? I don't know. Maybe I do, but maybe not. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me,
Everything...
so...
Is everything good, Colin?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that witnessing Tanja's creative process is a little...
Overwhelming.
Oh, yes. Yes. Overwhelming.
Doesn't seem like the word she wanted to use, but okay.
For now, I've decided to stay here with Razi until we witness the legendary moment when the Aranara appear in this hollow. Don't worry, I won't let the Akara Crafts toymakers down. When a real Aranara appears, their little troubles will be resolved in an instant.
He seems pretty stubborn. Looks like we'll have to stay here and wait a little longer.
No, I think we should return to our camp first. Tanja, in Aranara and the Three Little Fungus, it says that Aranara are very sensitive creatures. I don't think they'll show up if we stay here.
Oh? Was that in the story? Ah, yes, I remember now. Miss Forest Ranger, you sure know your stuff.
Because you sure don't know your own stuff.
In that case, let's go back to camp and call it a day. We'll continue our search for evidence first thing in the morning.
Oh. What I'm looking for? Oh. Time. What time?
Traveler, wake up!
Whoa.
It's not the Aranara. It's Kale. She's gone.
Where she went?
Oh, Paimon's been worried about Kale since last night.
Yeah.
Even though she kept telling us she was okay after we saw the evidence of Aranara activity, she's been acting kind of strange.
I picked up on it too.
Anyway, let's go find her. Hey, look! Aren't these Kale's footprints? But why are they headed towards the tree hollow?
What footprints you speak of? Me still trying to find the footprints you're saying.
So Kale came back here alone. Is she waiting for the Aranara to show up?
And I thought this was a place nobody knew about. I never thought Tanja would find it, or that I would run into the Traveler and Paimon. If I'd known, I would have just told the tree hollow instead of writing it down. There must be another way to practice my handwriting. Now I've created a whole new problem for myself. What do I do now? Dress up as an Aranara?
Not just...
Oh, no, that won't work. I should be writing something that an Aranara would never say, so that Tanja won't mistake me for one of them. But what should I write? What should I write? Oh, I've got it! There's no way Tanja could see this as the work of an Aranara.
Her crying makes me want to cry. I'm like, ma'am, what?
So the evidence of R&R activity we saw during the day was actually evidence of Kale's activity. But why didn't she just tell Tanger?
What's her secret?
Oh, right. Kale told Razi that he could tell any secret to a tree hollow. Must be because that's what she does. And now she even writes it down. Yeah, you're right. We'll keep her secret for her.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like she's almost done writing. Let's head back.
Next morning. Is time going by fast? What's going on? What is going? Hello? The time was moving by fast.
Aha! There's a new note just as I expected. Yes, yes! It's the same handwriting, which means it must have been written by the same Aranara. Let's see what it says.
Ooh, what could it be?
Oh, what could it be? That's eyes
I want to
dilating.
visit Mondstadt during the Ludi Harpastum again? No, that's impossible. This must be some kind of mistake. How could an Aranara go to Mondstadt for the Ludi Harpastum? Even I would never write that into a fairy tale.
So, in other words, the notes can't have been left by an Aranara.
Yeah. If you ask me, they were probably left by a passing merchant from Mondstadt or something. Definitely not an Aranara.
No! No, I refuse to believe it!
Can we go help the people now, sir?
I can't.
Why?
What do you mean you can't? It's not like it'll take you a huge amount of effort.
You've written so many stories beloved by the children. I'm sure you can help create carvings that are just as successful.
No! I can't do it.
Okay, you don't gotta get loud.
I thought that if I could find an R&R, I'd be able to help Akara Crafts. But it was someone from Mondstadt all along.
What, writing the stories? What?
But you've managed to write all those stories without ever having seen a real R&R, right? What makes this so different?
What?
Razi, you tell them.
Really? Can I?
Yes, it's fine. Tell them. I know this is the moment you've been waiting for.
Okay. Kale, Traveler, Paimon, do you remember when I said that there was a secret I didn't want to tell anyone?
Yup.
I didn't want to tell anyone the secret, but it made me feel very sad and also turned Dad into a completely different person. So, I think I should tell you. Dad isn't the one who came up with all those Aranara stories.
Go figured.
What? Hold on. So if Uncle Tanja wasn't the author, then who was it?
It was you?
Wait, you don't mean...
It was me.
The real genius.
Dad's been telling stories in Port Ormos for as long as I can remember. I always got to listen to all his new stories. Every night, Dad would give me a Zaytun peach for dinner, and I'd eat it while he told his stories. The Zaytun peaches were delicious, but Dad's stories were really bad.
Garbage.
He always uses sentences that are really hard to understand, and strange, metaphors, I think they're called.
Yeah, metaphor.
But Dad kept on going, telling his stories again and again. Oh, one time, he even borrowed a camera from Lord Sangemabe's shop and got me to take pictures of him in action.
Oh, this is where the taking pictures come in. Oh, it's been a good glitch. I just finished, not just finished, a couple hours ago? A couple minutes ago? A time ago, I finished, Archon quest. Now I'm doing the, event quest now.
Dad showed me the picture and said that it shall become the precious record of Sumeru's best storyteller early in his career. Even though I only had Zaytune peaches to eat and not so great stories to listen to, I was happy. Then one day, I tried telling Dad a story I came up with. Dad seemed really excited from the very beginning. He looked really happy. He lifted me up high into the air and told me to continue. He lifted me up so high that I was looking down at him. As I continued with my story, I saw his expression gradually change.
Oh, good. You got your homework finished. Not doing your laundry? Yes, laundry. Okay.
And when I got to my favorite part, Dad started crying. I guess he must have been moved by my story. When Dad put me back down, I looked up at him again, but now he had a scary look in his eyes.
What?
You remember it so vividly.
It's not only Razi. I, too, remember every detail of what happened that day.
What happened?
After that, I gradually grew in fame and started making money. I became Sumeru's best storyteller, just as I always dreamed.
Why didn't you just say your son did? He came up with the story. Why you had to take the credit? I'm confused. He's the real mastermind, genius behind these books, these stories.
Finally, we could afford more than just Zaytune peaches for dinner. I thought it would make Razi happy.
I was really happy at first, but then everyone started calling me Tanja's son instead of Razi.
Yeah. He didn't have his own identity. People just kept calling him that. Making him feel like he's living in his father's shadow, which, yes, it gave off that.
I kind of guessed why, but I also didn't want to believe it. Dad got busier with things that had nothing to do with storytelling, like that request from Akara Crafts. So I made up my mind that this time, I just want to be good old Razi so that Dad will become good old Dad again. Instead of Dad the way he is now, starting every story with, "Dedicated to my dearest Razi." I prefer my dad how he used to be, stumbling over words and not knowing how to end the story.
Oh.
That's why I decided to keep how I imagine Aranara to look like a secret.
Wait, Paimon gets it now. To sum up, all of Uncle Tanjer's fairy tales were actually stories written by Razi. And because Razi didn't want Tanger to keep living a lie, he refused to help him with the Akara Crafts commission.
Yes. That's why I tried looking for possible evidence of Aranara. But it turned out that I was just being a clown, as always.
Clownery behavior.
Not even a funny one.
One that just looks... Let me stop being mean. Let me stop being mean to him. I'm sorry.
I'm a terrible father.
No, there was good intent behind what you did. It wasn't a malicious intent. Because you realized right now that it wasn't right. So you're not terrible. And obviously, as I said, good intent behind what you were doing. A better life for your son. So you're not bad.
I'm sorry, Razi. I'm so sorry. And I owe you all an apology too for wasting your time. Razi's the only one who can help Akara Crafts. If you can manage to persuade him, that is. Right now, I think I just want to find a tree hollow and be quiet for a while.
Are we gonna let this happen?
It's up to
You
him.
want me to help Akara Crafts with their carving?
Yes. There's a week's worth of candy. And I can't promise that.
Well, I did mention what the Aranara look like in my stories, but to make a carving, we might need more details. Kale, Traveler, and Paimon, I might need your help on this one.
Yes.
I've never really left Port Ormos before. This is my first time in Gandharvaville. Well, it's my first time being so far from home. Sumeru is so much bigger than I thought.
It is.
Seeing new places has given me loads of new ideas for my Aranara stories. So I want to visit more places in Sumeru. That way, I can help Akara Crafts create an Aranara carving that everyone will love. And I also want to take pictures of Dad everywhere that we travel to.
You still want me to come with you? Even after all I've done?
He's still need a father. Parental supervision. Go by himself.
Yeah, of course. Come on, you're the best dad ever.
See, the sunlight hitting you just right.
This is the happiest Razi has sounded since we met him.
I want to thank you, Kale.
Huh? Me? I didn't do anything to help.
You told me about telling my secrets to a tree hollow. Even though I didn't have the time to find a tree hollow, telling everyone my secret made me feel so much better.
Yeah, it's hard to keep too many secrets. And there's no need to hide our mistakes from others all the time. I made a lot of mistakes back in Mondstadt, but when I look back on them, it all feels more like a new beginning. I'm sure this experience will be the same for Tanja.
Yes. I'll do my best to become a good father again. Wait. Did you just say you've been to Mondstadt?
Oh, I was like, yeah, but I'm like, oh, the letter she left. Oh, snap.
I just passed by once. Never mind that. Come on now. Akara Crafts is waiting for us.
She's like, yeah. Good railing, calling.
Let's go, Razi. Grab that camera and see what hidden inspiration you can discover along the way.
Okay, let's go. Come on, Dad.
Ooh, look at the sky. So pretty.
Razi, slow down and watch your step.
Spirit. Now the event has started. Let's switch to the new camera. See what we got. Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, this screen is so pretty. Oh, I seen you too. Rainforest. Two different animals in Sumeru. Found Sumeru. 30 animals from Sumeru. 4 in Sumeru. Okay. That was a lot here. I gotta find those. Oh, I already defeated, so I can get these. You two are done. Over broken. What is this? Oh, that's right there.
Huh?
Ooh, so much, so much. Where's that? That's over here. Oh, so much of this event. So much. I like that. Event store, what we got? Oh, we got these. Oh, we can, for primos, yes. But I'm gonna save until I get all of them, and I can like spend all of it on all the stuff. Okay. Since there's so much, I might do right now. Let me see. I might just do the pictures, since it's the first one to do. Oh. They're taking care of, so I don't have to worry about them. And then these. And there's how many of these out right now? Okay, yeah, we just got one more. Okay. I'm gonna do this first. Where can we find some wildlife? I see the potatoes. Look how cute they look. Oh, my heart. They're so cute. Oh. Look at that one running. Oh. A legit potato with legs. Okay. Let me not swim, I will legit die. There we go. Oh no, they're not.
Keep up.
Where they at? I know they're over here somewhere. They're probably in here. Strange Sumeru Rose.
Keep up.
Have they always done that before? Do it again. There we go.
Why is there a chest here?
They're not in this area. I thought they were in this area.
Keep up. I'm used to the rain, but you should probably use an umbrella.
I thought they would usually be in this area, but they're not. Oh. What? Oh, that's what I need a picture of. Yep. Hey. Yeah, I just said we're gonna end at 5. Okay. I'm just find these last 2 and then I'm gonna end stream. And I can continue more next time. You two, no. Oh, it is. Let me get that.
Right.
Damn. At least I fell in the water.
Ha!
Oink. They usually be around in this area. Let's see if they're over here.
I'm used to the rain, but you should probably use an umbrella.
So huge. Oh. No, none in this area. Let me see they're over here. Oh, there's two. I'm way over here. Why y'all trying to mess with me? I'm not here either.
Don't blink! Speed of light!
Oh. Oh. I didn't come here for that. Oh wait. Can y'all stop moving? Wait. Oh no. We just need one more. And I think I know what it is and I can't find it.
Nowhere to hide.
I hear everything. Can't see. Need. Ha. Need more.
Motion to compel.
One with the forest.
Don't blink. Incinerate. I'm getting sick.
I'll uproot you. Ha! Keep up.
Oh dang, that's not it. Oh. I already got a photo of you. Can y'all please? Thank you. Oh, jeez. Came out of nowhere. They're still on my tail? No. Oh, here's a world quest that I'm gonna just take so I won't forget about it. It'll be on my radar. Oh, I think I know where it is. But yeah, I just want to get that roll quest. I'm not gonna do it right now. Might be wrong. Let me see. They're not here. Oh, wait. It's a beaut. The blue feathers to green ratio. Oh, gorgeous. Look, he did it. I wasn't looking for the dust bird. I was looking for like something else, but I was like, I can't find them. But they work. They're new animals, so cute. And vicious. Cute and vicious. Well, that's why I'm gonna end it right there, though. But there's still so much more of that. I know the event was isn't much. This one is particular because obviously we got more events that's coming in this patch, but this one that's a lot. It's a lot like that. Okay. I'm trying to get the music on. There we go. Okay. But yeah, as I said, ending the Archon quest. Oh my goodness, my brain. So much big brain energy I had to do with that Archon quest, which makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense for Sumeru with the knowledge and wisdom and everything. Yeah. We thought we had it, and when we came up with the a hypothesis, I think, about the theory about the being in the I forgot what it's called. Our mind was getting erased. I thought we had it, but no, it wasn't that. It had something to do with dreams, obviously. Makes sense because we kept being told everyone's dreams, no one could dream. But no, they were using the dreams for something. Of course they was. And as I forgot her name. I forgot Kusanali's name. Shoot, I need to learn her name. It's not that hard to pronounce easily, but I just forgot how to say it. But yeah, she was so cute. Even though I knew she was gonna be cute, obviously seen her before. She's so cute. I can't wait when Miss Archon herself is Banner. I need to get her. I want her. She needs to be my first Archon. Try to get Ryzen A. I got Kaching. Not mad about. Kaching came help. She's help to get to high places with her teleport, and she's good if you build it right. Zhongli, I could have got him this, but I wanted Tanari. I'm like, he came at the wrong time. Damn it! When Dendro come out, he want to come. Why when Dendro he wants to come? Oh, I probably could have got him, but no. I'm like, I gotta get a Dendro 5-star. But hopefully, Miss Kusanali herself, Miss Dendro Archon, she will come home to me whenever she gets announced to be on a banner. Oh. Okay, what else? What else?
They glitched life cheered X 100 bits.
Oh, thank you, Glitch, for the bits. Appreciate it. I love that alert so much. Oh, I would wonder what they would do if they do a True Jackson VP reboot, even though she wouldn't be the VP anymore, since at the end of the at the end of the season she was now the vice president. Not the president. She was the P. She took over for Max. I was like, oh, imagine if True Jackson got a reboot. I would love it. Hopefully they wouldn't do it bad, but they would do it good. I love that show. No problem. Wait, what I was talking about? We thought, I forgot her name. Thought she died. She didn't die. It was cute. She was alive at the end. Because we thought she hit the bucket, but no, Miss Kusanali held her down. But it's so sad seeing her doubting her powers as an Archon after the original Danger Archon. And of course the higher ups. Well, no, yeah, the higher ups. The sages make it. Something's obviously that's up with some up. And as she said, they didn't start doing that. The dream stuff and whole thing. I forgot what it's called. They didn't start doing that until recently. I'm like, of course, until we got there. Problems, of course. So we'll probably be seeing more Archon quests in the next patch, 3.1. And obviously a new region, probably, I think, in 3.12. I don't know. I think. Not new region. Well, extension from Sumeru, not new region. But yeah. And with the event, oh, also too, she took over Catherine's body, and Catherine's a robot. I'm like, what? I wonder, did we already know this information before? I don't know, but she's a Catherine. Makes sense. It makes sense how she just can spawn in all the different regions. Sumeru, Leeway, Mondstadt, Inazuma, whole distant one. I'm like, how you here? Makes sense. She's a robot. That's how she travels around. But yeah, and with the event, the little story with the toy creating that Evolve calling, it was cute. And the father taking credit, even though he didn't mean to, obviously, but he did. Little went over his head. But he's not a terrible father. But yeah, can't wait to play more of the event. But when I come back with Genshin, probably tomorrow. I gotta see, probably definitely Genshin, but see if them don't come up. But tomorrow, Tuesday, well, it's already Tuesday, it's 12:18 for me right now. But later today, if I come back with Genshin, but I feel like I'm definitely is, we'll see. I'll be continuing with the not continuing. I'm starting what's his name? Let me forgetting his name. I'll start Chanari's story quest. I can't wait. Now I got him. I can do a story quest. It should be fun. Can't wait to see what that entails. And after his however long, depending on how long his story quest, I'll do more of the event. It's a lot. There's a lot with this event. So much to do and explore, which I like. Because Sumeru is huge. So much of Sumeru. And yeah, so many events. So yeah. Let me get into my spiel before I head out. I'll be back later, Glitch, today. Don't worry. Okay, time for the spiels. If you're not following me on my socials, I don't know why. Joking, but yeah, I'm active on all three of them: Twitter, and Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. I finally made a new Twitter. Oh, you thought I was gonna say I finally got my Twitter back? No. There's a new Twitter. I made a new Twitter today. Well, yesterday's. Yeah, Monday. Yesterday. Because for the people who didn't know or heard the story, said so much. My original Twitter got hacked into 2 weeks ago, about to be 3 weeks ago. I made an appeal when it got hacked. Waited almost 2 to 3 weeks. I appealed, waited 3 weeks, still didn't hear nothing back from Twitter yet. They've taken too long, so I decided to make this one in the meantime. This one might be my main one until my main one, my OG one. If I get an email back from them seeing if they unsuspend it. But for now, I got a new Twitter. It's basically my same thing, but I put an underscore at the end, so MarcusShards _ So yeah. You can stay up to date with me, whatever's going on. If I have to push stream back or cancel stream, you will know on Instagram and Twitter. And also to get notified when I go live on Instagram and Twitter, because just in case Twitch don't notify you on Twitch, because sometimes that happens, you definitely get notified on Instagram and Twitter that I'm live. And also too on my socials. I post clips from stream on Wednesday and Saturday of funny moments that I think were iconic, or I said something stupid. Or I reacted to something that was crazy that happened in that stream. You can see it on the socials. Little snip clip. Okay. And last but not least, I have a YouTube channel where I upload all my streams to after 2 weeks of being gone on Twitch, because Twitch gets rid of streams after 2 weeks. So before that could happen, I download them beforehand. So I have them for y'all to look at any time, and also for me, if I want to go back and look at any for memories and seeing how or whatever was going on, or I played, or whatever I played. I have how many? I have 4 streams that are gonna be going up tomorrow, because I upload my streams Friday, and then Saturday I make thumbnails for the new streams I gotta download. Yeah, make thumbnails for the new streams I gotta download and go up next Friday. It's a whole thing I do, whole little routine schedule I got. Yeah, I make thumbnails for the ones that are gonna expire this week, and I make thumbnails for them, download them, it'd be on my computer, and I upload the ones that are already downloaded last weekend, this weekend that passed, and I get ready to post them on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. Which ones are going up tomorrow? That sounded so confusing. I confused myself a little bit. But yeah, I upload them Friday, the streams, and then they get posted Tuesday. So if you miss any streams within those 2 weeks of them being up on Twitch and they are gone, they're probably already got them downloaded, or they're already up there for you to watch them. And also too, I post YouTube shorts, which are like the clips I post on my socials. I post them there on YouTube too. Yeah, I'm gonna catch those. They're there too, amongst many streams. Also, I got a playlist of I organized all my streams too, in playlists of games that I used to play or are still playing to this day. So any playlist you want to check out, they're all there. Sims, Bayonetta, what else? Mario, any Mario game there too. What else I play? Ooh. Oh, Dead by Daylight. I got tons of Dead by Daylight streams. It's crazy. But yeah, all of them are there. Anything that suits your fancy. And also too, you can put a stream on in the background if you're doing something. I'm gonna be your background noise while you doing whatever. They're long hours, 6, 7. Some are short for 2 hours. I think the minimum is like 1. I think I got like a 1 hour stream, and I think that's it. I don't know. The rest are like 5, 6, 7, 8. About to be hitting 11, 10 hours. So yeah, all links up there. And for the people who are watching this after I'm live, all my socials, YouTube, all what I said is in my panels below, so check it out anytime. I made sure I updated all my social information about my Twitter. It's all updated to the new Twitter. I made sure. So yeah, all there for your convenience. So yeah, until tomorrow, later today. Bye Glitch, and bye to whoever else who's been here enjoying me watching. Not enjoying me. I'm enjoying me play the Archon quests in Genshin. Appreciate you. And yeah, bye.